Hello from Ukraine. My name is Stan and I am the CEO and founder of GDBAY, a global professional platform uniting the games industry. 5 years ago, we started as a small website with huge ambitions, and today we have developed into a project with great potential. I'm inviting you to join our 5th anniversary event to explore our journey, discover unique features, and dive into our exciting new projects. Through our development journey, technologies help us every step of the way. And today, we want to pay tribute to high tech and pass the reins to our digital copies and artificial intelligence that will help us to make this event even more exciting. Hey Mini-Me, are you ready?
Hi Stan, sure, I'm here to take on this, so let's get this started. In 2018, GDBAY began as an events calendar for game developers and a directory of game development companies. We gathered friends and like-minded individuals from all over the world who were united by a common passion to create new games, develop projects, and uncover new business opportunities. This community is what led to the birth of one of our most important projects, GDBAY.Network. GDBAY.Network is at the heart of our company. It provides everyone with easy access to all projects and tools at GDBAY. It connects game industry professionals from all around the globe with a single goal: networking. In our members directory, you can navigate through our registered professionals and easily filter them by their industry vector. Start your journey by setting up your business profile, which will help other members discover you among all users. Using smart filters, you can easily find relevant contacts. Once you found a perfect match, you can send a connection request. Our built-in live messenger will facilitate communication with your new connections. GDBAY.Network operates as an all-year-round networking platform. Maintain all your connections, chat with your business partners, and join our events and activities all with a single login. Our community includes indie studios, solo developers, game designers, programmers, artists, marketing experts, publishers, investors, and many other industry experts. Today, GDBAY boasts more than 9,000 subscribers and over 2,700 members at GDBAY.Network. If you're not yet one of our members, you can use your existing social network profile to join the GDBAY network in just a few clicks. And the good news is registration is completely free. Our audience really loved GDBAY.Network, and they wanted more convenient tools like this. After talking with our users and exploring their needs, we created our next project, Global Games Pitch. And now, I'm passing the word to the digital copy of our co-founder Elena to elaborate on a project that unites game developers with publishers and investors globally.
Hello everyone, this is Elena, co-founder and Chief Business Development Officer at GDBAY, and it is my pleasure to introduce to you our flagship project, Global Games Pitch. Global Games Pitch is not just a tool, it's a transformative matchmaking platform designed to connect game developers from across the globe with publishers, investors, and unique business opportunities 365 days a year. To game developers from all over the world, Global Games Pitch offers an intuitive platform where you can showcase your game at any time, create your game profile, upload your game trailer or a gameplay video, add screenshots, and provide game details to attract potential publishers and investors worldwide. If you don't have a pitch deck, don't worry, we've got you covered. You will receive a meticulously crafted pitch deck template, complemented by a wealth of pitching tips and tricks that we have accumulated over years of successfully facilitating connections between game developers, publishers, and investors. With Global Games Pitch, you can apply for a pitching slot at one of our upcoming pitching shows, or secure a guaranteed slot in accordance with your pass. At our pitching events, you will be given a full 8 minutes to present your game before a discerning audience, followed by an insightful feedback from seasoned mentors who will equip you with invaluable advice on perfecting your game and pitch, and will ask thought-provoking questions. Our audience, primarily composed of publishers, investors, and mentors, will also have the chance to pose questions, enhancing the interactive experience. If your aim is to extract maximum value from Global Games Pitch and craft a perfect presentation, we offer dedicated mentorship assistance before the event to thoroughly prepare you for the pitch. We also provide developers with access to our comprehensive publisher and investor directory, where you can tailor your search according to your business goals, your game's platform, genre, required funding, and more. Once you've discovered the ideal publisher or investor, you can directly apply with your game, thereby sending a notification to them. Global Games Pitch is your chance to be discovered by publishers and investors from all around the world from the comfort of your own home, without the need to spend money and time on travel. To our respected publishers and investors, Global Games Pitch offers an opportunity to explore hundreds of games from across the globe every year. Our enhanced games portal gives you an opportunity to filter games by 12 different smart filters, including target platforms, game engine, genre, monetization model, playing mods, required funding, and others. Further, you can filter games by countries. Global Games Pitch is truly global, boasting participants from over 70 countries, ranging from Australia to Africa, Asia to South America every year. In addition to viewing game pages, gameplay videos, pitch decks, screenshots, game details, contact links, and pitch videos, you can directly connect with developers at your convenience or bookmark games for later. The games on our platform remain accessible both before and after the pitching show, affording you the flexibility to engage with developers at any time. Global Games Pitch does more than just facilitate direct communication with developers. You have the option to create your own publisher or investor page, visible to all participating teams. When you receive a pitch, you can respond with a predefined answer or your own custom reply, and can continue communication via our inbuilt GDBAY.Network messenger or switch to your preferred communication method. We also offer custom notifications for updates on newly uploaded games that match your interests. Twice a year, you will be invited to participate in our grand live pitching show, featuring over 100 developers ready to pitch their games and answer your questions. These shows are organized into multiple tracks, including PC and console track, mobile track, VR track, blockchain track, and more. Last year, more than 280 games took part in Global Games Pitch, and this number is getting bigger every year since we've started in 2020. Global Games Pitch is your unique, convenient tool to discover talented teams and their exceptional projects from all corners of the world, all year round, without the hassle of travel. Welcome to Global Games Pitch, a place to discover your next big gem.
One of the distinctive features of our team is that we never stand still. We grow and develop and always want to be better than yesterday. That's why we constantly consider the opportunities to increase the value we bring to our members. Thanks to this approach, Global Games Pitch has become one of the largest international online pitching platforms. But we wanted to give our users more than a help in publisher or investor search. We aim to support them in other aspects as well. So we've been working on new tools that can be used by anyone in games industry. And now it's time for us to reveal the mystery. I'm super excited to introduce you to GDBAY.Space. GDBAY.Space is a new tool designed to elevate your networking experience on GDBAY.Network. This public virtual space allows you to share all your business activities with our entire community, share your thoughts, initiate a discussion, provide advice, and much more. We've turned hashtags into over 100 space actions, providing a more structured experience for sharing content, as well as enhancing your discoverability among other posts, even over time. Explore our contributors directory to bookmark the authors of your choice, Comments are the most engaging part of GDBAY.Space, and we encourage you not to hold back. React with feedback to posts that catch your attention and dive into engaging discussions. Our moderation team will continually review your activities and highlight the best posts with our space marks. The game development community is one of the most united and friendly. So, what has your day offered you? It's your turn to step into the spotlight, and GDBAY is now your space to share. I'm sure you're eager to try GDBAY.Space, and we're pleased to announce that our tool will be available during the talks given by our speakers. We invite you to drop your questions in the comments section of our space posts. The best questions will be rewarded with GDBAY merchandise. Our surprises don't end here. We're ready to move on to the next announcement, a project that we believe will significantly contribute to the development of the industry. We're all united by the pursuit of knowledge. Improvement and growth are impossible without learning, and today we are excited to announce GDBAY.Courses. GDBAY.Courses is a place where we bring together top industry experts and game developers of all skill levels. Our courses are designed and delivered by experienced industry professionals. Stay in the loop with the latest trends and practices from the gaming world. Enroll in a course and it's yours forever. Learn when you want, where you want, and at your own pace. Enrich your learning experience through interactive quizzes, assignments, and direct interactions with instructors. Upon course completion, receive a certificate of accomplishment to validate your new skills. The platform is launching in 2024. Our users and the gaming community have always been an invaluable part of our project. Over the past 5 years, we've grown closer to all of you. To strengthen this bond, not only virtually but also physically, we decided to create something that could always be with you. We're introducing GDBAY.Shop, a place where you can order our merchandise designed to highlight your identity within the games industry. Delight yourself, your friends, or business partners with unique clothing items and support GDBAY.
Oh. Hey, I'm so sorry. Thank you so much to everyone who just mentioned that our stream was out of sound. So, hi again. It was a false start. Hi again. My name is Stanislav. I'm Stan. You can call me Stan, and I'd like to welcome you to our 5th anniversary event. Seems like we have boosted our comment section a bit, and I suppose that our stream will go upper and upper. This is a new SMM technique. Feel free to use it. So yeah, I'd like to welcome our co-founder, Elena Lobova. She's our CBO and co-founder at GDBAY. So hello, Elena. How do you like our stream?
Hi, Stan. I love our stream. It's amazing. Thank you so much for such a great presentation, for such a great start. My name is Elena. As you can see, I'm a live person, not just an AI-generated avatar. And I would like to welcome you all to the learning block of GDBAY 5th anniversary event. One of our core values is constant learning and self-development. And of course, we couldn't imagine a proper celebration without some knowledge sharing. So we invited our friends and partners from all around the world to share their insights with you and to answer your questions. Good news for the most active of you. After each talk, we will have a Q&A section, and each speaker will select the best question. And the author of the best question will receive GDBAY merchandise from our brand new GDBAY.Shop. So you would be among the first people who would have some GDBAY merch. I hope it's exciting for you. It's exciting for me. Even I don't have a GDBAY merch yet from our shop. So maybe you will have it faster than me. So be active, and good luck to all of you who will participate in this competition. And I would like, without further ado, would like to introduce our first speaker to you. Our first speaker is Yavin. He is a founder and managing partner at Cointelligence Fund. He is a serial entrepreneur, lawyer, and angel investor. Over the years, he has established and built several successful companies, invested in many of them, and mentored many, many more. And today he will share with us some tips for the founders of gaming startups. Let's find out what tips On has for us. Hi, how are you?
Hello, I'm great, thank you. Can you hear me well?
Yeah, I can hear you well. I hope that our audience can hear you well as well. Yeah, if not, no one writes that there are any problems, and probably there are no problems, so don't worry about it.
Share my screen. Can you give me oh, there it is. No, I need the sharing rights, if you can give me.
Of course, we can. Can you try again?
Perfect. Slideshow. Okay. Can you see
Perfect.
the presentation?
Yeah, you can start now.
Perfect. So thank you for inviting me to speak. It's the second time, and it was a pleasure the first time. Just as a brief introduction before I start, as mentioned, I'm a serial entrepreneur. And just to be more specific, I started almost 25 years ago. Since then, I developed different companies in different industries. 18 years ago, I started investing in startups as an angel investor. As Elena mentioned, mentored and advised many others, not just the ones that I invested in. And almost 6 years ago, I decided to join the blockchain and crypto industry. And today I'm managing Cointelligence Fund, which is a crypto VC fund completely focused on investing in blockchain-based games. I personally think that blockchain-based games is the future of gaming. But we're not going to discuss that today, even though I'm happy to discuss that topic on any given day, of course. Beside what I told you, I'm also the co-founder at Syndica, which is the first ever Web3 and AI syndicate, a syndication of experts helping founders with basically everything that the founders need. And more a little bit about myself and what's relevant for today. The last part of my bio, which I added recently, is the fact that I am a gamer. I've been a gamer all my life, and I am still very, very active as a gamer. Actually, after this presentation, I'm going to do my weekly World of Warcraft raid, and I'm looking forward to it. Now let's just dive right in to our presentation. And I'll try to provide as much helpful information for you as possible. Obviously, if anyone has questions, more than welcome. So let's just dive right in and start. So what are the most important factors to consider during due diligence on gaming investments? And obviously, I'm starting with this slide because it's, in my opinion, it's very important for founders of startups in general, and definitely specifically gaming startups, to understand how investors are actually analyzing their projects. So the first part is the market analysis. It's a very straightforward and obvious topic. You have to know your market. You have to do proper research regarding everything related to your project and everything related to the specific market that you are in. This is something that applies to all of the startups and not just gaming startups. But with regards to gaming startups, I will mention and add the fact that with regards to the market analysis, obviously it's very, very important to have proper research with regards to the gaming market. But beside that, it's very, very important to have a specific market research with regards to mobile. Because, and obviously I'm talking about projects that are going mobile, and I'm not specifically talking about mobile gaming, I'm talking about mobile in general. And it's extremely important in my opinion because it will help you make decisions, and it helps you a lot with other things, especially everything related to technology and infrastructure that you are going to decide on, and other very important decisions that you will need to make with regards to your project. We're not going to have time to discuss the game portfolio part, so I'm just going to skip that for today. Same for the financial performance. So I'll just go into the team expertise part. The team expertise is very, very important. And with gaming startups, it's very important with regards to a few things. One, obviously, the team experience and knowledge is crucial for any startup. And with regards to gaming startups, it's even much more important, and I'll explain. So first of all, with regards to any startup, the team always must have, in my opinion, between 2 to 4 co-founders who are very well experienced in different areas. And for example, there always needs to be a co-founder that is able to manage properly. Usually it's the CEO or the COO. And when I say manage properly, I'm referring to manage the startup, which is completely different compared to managing any other type of a company, because it's a startup. And I've seen cases before when CEOs of huge companies, including 500 Fortune companies, tried to manage startups and they completely failed, because it's not a 500 Fortune company. It's not a corporate. It's completely different compared to anything else with regards to the different markets. The second example that I would like to give you is everything around marketing. So if you don't have the co-founder and CMO, you will have an issue at some point, because everybody knows how important marketing is. And obviously, if you don't have the right person, you're doomed to fail. And anyways, you're doomed to fail because you're a startup. So it's a double doomed to fail. And it's a big issue. The last example with regards to a co-founder that I will give you is obviously the co-founder and CTO. If you don't have the proper CTO, you're doomed to fail again. And with regards to a gaming startup, it's not just compared to, I would call it a regular startup, that you need to have a very solid CTO. But in this case, your CTO needs to understand everything that you need with regards to development. And when I say development, it's everything development, and specifically gaming development. So it makes things more complicated, and it's extremely important to have at least these 3 co-founders. And I did mention potentially 4 co-founders, but I would say that the minimum is 3. There is another very, very important reason to have 3 co-founders or more. And the reason is that sometimes we see projects that only have 1 or 2 co-founders, and it's an issue. It's an issue because you need to rely on these people to fight with you. And managing a startup is always fighting, in my opinion, very similar to fighting in a war, because it's extremely, extremely stressful, extremely hard, and it requires a lot from you. And that's why you need a few co-founders. And if you're just one, then you will not get the proper support that you need from other people. And even if you have the most amazing team and the best advisors and the best investors, they will not wake up in the middle of the night to help you when you're stuck and you really need that, at least from my experience. Now, focusing on the expertise, beside what I mentioned, I want to emphasize the fact that, again, we're talking about gaming startups. And it's extremely important not to only have the proper experience with regards to managing a startup. In this case, you also need to have the proper experience with regards to gaming. And I can tell you that I've talked to at least a couple of dozens of teams. And when I started asking them the questions about the gaming specifics, such as gaming mechanics, such as the concept and design, such as the story and everything around the storytelling of the game, if it's relevant, because it doesn't apply to all the games. If we're referring to casual games, it's less important, not completely irrelevant, but less important. And the team expertise must include the gaming expertise. Now, you would tell yourself, it's so obvious. It's not. You would be surprised. And also, it's not enough if one of the co-founders or one of the core team members has the proper experience and knowledge. It's just not enough. You need to have at least a few of the co-founders and the core team members to have gaming experience. This is extremely, extremely crucial in my opinion. And if you think that you have an advisor or a couple of advisors that come from the gaming industry, it's not enough. It's not going to solve this issue. And you shouldn't rely on that, in my opinion. Moving on. Intellectual property. It's extremely important for investors to understand what kind of intellectual property the startup has or potentially will have. And obviously, many times the founders don't have enough funds to register a patent if it's relevant to register a patent, for example. But it is important to consider that in very early stages. Everything around technology and infrastructure, it's very straightforward. And I will just say that with regards to the gaming industry, the biggest issue is that things are changing and evolving so fast. You need to be prepared for it, and you need to make sure that you are ready to make changes as you go. And again, it applies to startups in general, but it applies to gaming startups much more, in my opinion. Now, the next point is about user engagement and retention, which obviously is relevant for any website or application. And everybody would like to get as many users and to make sure that these users are active. But with regards to gaming, it's so crucial because, for example, if you have an e-commerce website, obviously you want to have as many users as possible, but it's not as important as if we compare it to a game that is supposed to be focused on PvP, for example, player versus player, because you don't need to explain too much to understand, to realize that with PvP, you need to have the users playing against each other. So if you don't have enough users, and if you don't have enough users throughout the day, when your users are more active compared to other times of the day, it's going to be an issue. So you need to plan that accordingly and to make sure that it's happening. And it's always the chicken and the egg situation for games, because you need the users to be successful, but you need to get the users at the beginning when you don't have the users, and it's an issue. The last point with regards to the due diligence process is that many of the investors, including myself personally, always looking into the regulatory and legal compliance issues. And I will explain about that in one of the next slides, but I will tell you that with regards to gaming, the most complicated part, in my opinion, is that many of the gaming projects for regulators can be defined as gambling projects, even if the founders never intended to go into the gambling industry or to operate in it. So founders need to be extremely cautious about that, but I will talk about that more in one of the next slides. So what I would like to focus on this slide is about the differences, and I already mentioned a few of them before, with regards to the differences between startups and gaming startups. So I just mentioned about the many changes that gaming startups need to encounter, and that's the first point. But I would like to go into the second point, which is the creative and competitive nature. And that's something very, very unique to the gaming industry, because obviously a successful game has to be based on successful creative and has to, as I mentioned before, be based on a compelling story. But beside that, and beside the story, and with regards to the creatives, everybody in the gaming industry is very, very well aware of the fact that if you make a slight change in the graphics, or even a slight change in the sound, it can be a whole different ball game, and the pun is intended here. And when I say a whole different ball game, it means that there's been so many research articles that I've seen that were discussing the fact that if you make a slight change in the sound, because the player hears that sound so many times when he or she are playing the game, it's so crucial to have a sound that will not only be the best possible for that specific scenario, for that specific action that the gamer is taking, but it's also very important to get the players hooked, or as they usually say, addicted to the game. And obviously nobody wants anyone to get addicted to a game in a bad way, in a wrong way, but any game developer out there is more than interested in getting the players addicted to the game, because everybody in the gaming industry is very well aware that this can be the difference between a very successful game and a failed game. If you're not able to get your players hooked and addicted to the game, then there is a very high chance that they will stop playing in a short time, and at the end the game will not be successful at all because of that specific. Now, with regards to the next point that I am going to discuss, which is everything about high risk and volatility, what we are talking about is the fact that with regards to games and with regards to players, and this can be divided into different subcategories for what I am referring to, but I'll just give you two examples. One is the fact that with regards to what I mentioned before about the gaming projects that can be considered gambling, so the high risk can become very, very obvious if a game becomes a gambling project. Then it's under the gambling regulation, and you have to make proper adjustments and to make sure that you are not violating laws and regulations, because the last laws and regulations that you want to violate are the gambling laws and regulation, because if you violate them, you have a very, very high chance of getting in trouble in a criminal way, not just a civil way, and you might find yourself in jail, unfortunately. The second example that I would like to give you is the fact that the gaming market is a very, very competitive market, as mentioned before, and everything around it means that you need to act very, very fast, and you already need to act very fast because you're managing a startup. So with gaming, it's much, much more important and much more dangerous, in my opinion. Now, moving on to the next point, which is the monetization models. So everybody is well aware of the fact that if you will not have the monetization models and monetization channels, you're not going to succeed, because at the end, you need to be a business, and you need to be a successful business. Otherwise, you're not sustainable, and you're not going to stay around for a long term. But what I would like to focus now is on the fact that with regards to gaming startups, and that's something that I see most of them actually fail, is with regards to the models. First of all, they rely on existing models that are doomed to fail already, and they just don't work. And for example, one of them is a very, very well-known model that everybody keeps mentioning basically on almost every deck that I see, any fundraising deck by founders of startups. And it's all about the ads. Everybody keeps talking about the ads. First of all, today, 2023 is not 2015 and not 2010. And it's not the same, and it's not going to work as it used to work back then. So stop talking about the ad models, which everybody talks about. And if you are talking about an ad model, at least do something unique and different compared to others, because otherwise it's just not going to work with the investors, and the investors will just not care about it because they've seen it a million times already. And if you don't have something special to tell them, they will just ignore it, or will tell themselves, okay, they don't really understand what they're doing, they don't have any potential, and so on. The second part of this point that I would like to tell you about is the fact that, putting aside the ad model, there's so many different new models that can come up for different types of games, and it's really, really not easy to come up with them, but it's doable and it's possible. And when you onboard your advisors, which I will discuss shortly, you should consider onboarding at least one advisor that can really, really help you with this. Because for this, you don't need a core team member or a co-founder. You need a good advisor with very, very good experience that will lead you to discover and to come up with the monetization unique and special and original models. Now, we're not going to have time for the next 2 points, so I'll just say that obviously community and user interaction is different, because I would say that the gaming community and the players community is at the highest level, and you need to be ready for that. And if you're not going to manage your community properly, you will get huge backlash. And everybody at the gaming industry is very well aware of that. And lastly, the platform dependence. I'm referring to the different types of platforms, if it's PC platforms, mobile platforms, and the fact that you need to integrate to different platforms, and you don't and shouldn't build everything from scratch. You will have to rely on existing platforms, at least at the beginning, before you go into the more advanced rounds, such as round A, round B, round C, and so on. Moving on to the next slide, and the last one. So what tips do I have for the founders, specifically beside what I already mentioned until now? So I'll go quickly on most of the points on this slide beside one slide. So first of all, build a compelling story. That's a given, that's obvious to everyone. And I'm saying again, even with casual games, you need to have a compelling story, because the story is not only in game. The story will be used for the marketing of the project, and you will be using it when you send newsletters, when you do social media marketing, when you do content marketing. You need to have that story, because if you have that compelling story, it's going to potentially help you with a better game, and it's going to potentially help you with the marketing as well. Beside that, I would like to discuss the fact that there is a huge issue with founders not doing the market validation. So there's always a big issue when you are doing something that you are completely confident that is the next big thing, and every founder of startup is sure that they are building the next 1 billion project, the next most successful game out there, and so on and so on. Most of them are hallucinating, and most of them are completely disconnected from reality. You need to have market validation, which means that you need to see how you can actually validate everything that you're saying, everything that you're thinking, everything in your theory. And when I say everything, it's impossible. So don't really try to do everything, but I'm using the word everything because you really need to try as much as possible. If you will have validation for what you're saying, then it's going to help you convince investors. Because for me, whenever founders are starting telling me what they think, the first question is asking them, what is this based on? Show me the research. Show me the evidence. Show me how you can prove what you just told me, because I just don't buy it unless you can prove it. And I don't care about all the future predictions and what the research companies love to do. In these cases, it doesn't apply for me here. prepare a comprehensive business plan. So you would be surprised to find out how many founders are actually preparing a Google spreadsheet that, oh, sorry.
Sorry, we cannot hear you. At some point, can you hear me? Okay, I cannot hear you, unfortunately. And I think that others cannot hear you as well.
1 second.
After you said sorry, it disappeared. Maybe you accidentally clicked on something.
No, let me try to connect my, see if.
Oh, I can hear you now.
Now you can hear me? Okay.
Yeah,
well,
I can hear you now.
so
Yeah, you can continue.
anytime you get a WhatsApp call, even if the headphones are not connected, it completely destroys the sound. Sorry.
Yeah.
With regards to the business plan, what I was saying is about the fact that founders are spending a couple of hours on a business plan and they think that it's enough. No, it's absolutely not enough. If you didn't spend at least a couple of weeks, and that's the minimum, a couple of weeks, and we're talking about doing it for a couple of good hours every day and doing the brainstorming between the co-founders and consulting with your advisors and so on. If you didn't do that, it's not a real business plan. Now, don't get me wrong. I didn't see even one business plan in my life that actually worked 100% and was accurate. It doesn't exist. It will probably never exist. But the reason it's so important is the fact that it shows the investors how serious you are and how deep you went in. And that's why it's so important. Now, before my time is out, I want to focus on the last point of this slide with regards to advisors. And I want to tell you the following. The biggest issue that I see is that founders of gaming startups are not recruiting the relevant advisors. And going back to what I told you before about the team, I will say about the advisors, unless you are onboarding an advisor that is specifically meant for something, for example, as the monetization models that I mentioned before, unless that's the case, if the advisors don't have the relevant past experience and knowledge, specifically with regards to gaming startups, and again, I'm telling you, it's not enough to be an advisor because you worked for a huge gaming company. You need advisors that can literally help you with a gaming startup. So you need to be very, very cautious about your advisors. And unfortunately, I've had discussions with advisors in the last 2 years, and I was completely shocked to find out that most of them, and I'm talking about more than 70% of these advisors, actually gave false advice to the founders, and they gave them advice about things that they don't understand, or advice about things that they are guessing, or things that are completely the opposite of what the founders should be doing. And that's, in my opinion, of course. So I'm highly recommending you to validate your advisors, and the same thing that investors are supposed to do about startups, and to validate everything that the founders are telling them, the same thing applies to advisors. I would highly recommend you to talk to other founders and to make sure that these advisors actually advise them properly. And when you talk to these founders, make sure that there's no specific connection between them, like family connection, or the fact that they owe each other all kinds of things and so on, because you would be surprised how many of them actually recommend each other based on false things that they are saying. So with that, I will wrap it up, and I will tell you that I am inviting all of the gaming founders to approach me anytime. It's very easy to find me on social media. If you search for my full name on Yavin, you can find me, and I am always on a weekly basis advising founders of startups completely for free, without any obligation. So I'm inviting any founder that is listening to us to use that and reach out to me and see if I can help you in any way. And again, I'd like to thank the organizers for inviting me to speak today. So thank you.
Thank you so much. Thanks for your amazing presentation, and kudos for fitting so many valuable advice in just a half an hour slot. That was really, really cool. And we have a couple of questions from the audience. So the first question from Ronald is, what pitfalls do new game startups normally fall for?
So I would say that with regards to this question, it's basically the same as startups in general. I would say that first of all, because of the fact that it's a startup, and because the fact that I mentioned before that it's very similar to managing a war, in my opinion, and because you're in constant stress and constant fear and constant worrying, I think that that's the biggest pitfall, because it makes you make wrong decisions because you're stressed for many different reasons. If it's stress for time, or stress for money, or stress for anything else. So I would say that's the first one. And the second one, and the list is long, but I'll just give you another example. I would say that the biggest one is what I said before about listening to the wrong advice, listening to the wrong advisors. I've seen startups actually getting shut down just because they listened to the wrong people. So these are the two examples for this. That's the two-part answer for this question.
Thank you so much. And we have one more question from Efren. Do investors always look for the best case scenario, or do they also appeal to realistic measurable expectations if there is some profit involved?
So I would definitely say that any smart, sophisticated, experienced investor will always go for the second option, because the first option is just not real and it just doesn't exist. There's nothing too optimistic and too reliable in startups. And if the founders will explain that that's what they think, and they will say things like this is for sure, this is certain, and so on, it's exactly the opposite. So I would definitely go with option number 2.
Thank you so much. I think we had only one more question from Roman. Where would you recommend to search for advisors?
So I would say that, first of all, if you are going to the different events and meetups that are related to your industry, and obviously we're talking about gaming here, you can find advisors there, and you can also find and meet other founders that can help you get connected to other advisors. But beside that, I would say that, in my opinion, the best place is everything related to the different types of companies that are doing different things, such as hubs, accelerators, and so on. And can you hear me now?
Yeah.
Oh, because I got another phone call, but this time it was at WhatsApp, but so it didn't suspend the voice. It just chases me relentlessly. So everything related to hubs, accelerators, and so on, they are experienced in connecting founders to entrepreneurs, to mentors and advisors. And they have their own teams of advisors and mentors as well. So that's very, very easy and straightforward. And I would definitely recommend to try that.
Thank you so much for your answers. And we need to select the author of the best question. Which one of these 3 you like the most? I'll remind you, it was about the pitfalls, about the best case or worst case scenario for investors, and about the advisors.
I would say the second question.
The second question. Okay, so congratulations. The winner.
I said that I liked all three questions.
Yeah, so the first winner of our GDBAY merchandise is Efren, and we will connect with you through GDBAY.Network and discuss how we can send it to you. Thank you so much, for being with us today, for joining us on our special celebratory event. And I wish you all the best, and I'd like to present our next speaker right now.
Thank you. Bye-bye.
Thank you. And our next speaker today is Ranko Trifkovic, narrative and game consultant at Red Viking. Ranko is our big friend, supporter, and constant mentor at GDBAY events. And today he will tell us about the narrative for LiveOps. Hi, Ranko, how are you?
Hello, feeling great, enjoying mild weather finally. We had some crazy storms up here, so now finally.
Oh no. Oh, sorry to hear about this. Yeah, hopefully it will not interrupt our stream.
I do hope so.
Okay, please feel free to share your slides if you have any, and the stage is yours.
Thank you. Okay, so welcome to my talk, Narrative for LiveOps, Lore-Driven Events by me. Who am I? I was basically going through all kinds of roles in the gaming industry over more than 20 years. I was a game designer, game producer, game analyst, game director, chief production officer, and so on. And now I'm a narrative designer and game design doctor, consultant, and very happy to be a mentor at GDBAY for pitching from the get-go, from the earliest issue. So thank you for that opportunity. So let's talk about mobile games and narrative first, because it seems that mobile games and stories don't mix well. For starters, the general opinion is that no one reads, and that text and story are something like synonymous. So a lot of studios will approach with this prejudice that players simply don't read, that they maybe scan, and while it goes through, and especially because reality kind of defeats all the voices of narrative designers who are like, no, the story is not just the only narrative there is. There are many ways to tell a story. Basically, the popularization of hyper-casual games kind of shoots this idea like, okay, we don't need even a single error. There's just gameplay and that's it. However, in the world of casual games, there's kind of idea that you do need some sort of story, some sort of text, and then you get this huge paradox that players don't read, they scan. But then one big studio, who shall remain unnamed, they have a character. And yeah, character is not a story, but everyone agrees that characters are the way to connect to the players, because creating emotional connection is important, and characters do have this role. So they ask, like, do you know anything about our characters? And just to give you some info, the characters that they asked about are prominent. They're everywhere. Before the game, in all the visuals, in all the marketing, through the game, between the levels. So their character was not something that's like tucked behind or some talking head icon or something. And overwhelming number of players, which is many millions, said, no, we have no idea about your character. But then again, the same studio asked like how to improve the game, and the players responded like, let's add more story. So what is it? Do mobile games need narrative or not? Do they need a story or not? What's going on here? players won't read, but they do want more stories. Why is that? Well, basically, it's because we are still creatures of story. When you meet someone in the street, your friend or something, they will ask you like, oh, what's up, what's new, what kind of plot develops in your life story. Rarely ever, if ever, you will hear someone say, what's your emotional state right now? How do you feel? You know? So we perceive our lives, our very lives, as stories with us as main character. There are different episodes. This episode is celebration of GDBAY and so on. It's not only natural that our entertainment is as well perceived through stories, because stories are change is dynamic, and games fit really perfectly well with all this, because games are essentially making interesting choices and seeing what goes on, how the story develops. So also there is a lot of story and narrative hidden in the very rules of perception, because we evolved to perceive patterns. So if you see these three pictures, your mind basically jumps to conclusions like, there's a drink, there's a guy passed out at the bench, and there's the grave, so he drank himself to death. That's the straightforward conclusion. And of course, maybe he's just resting after yoga or something. Maybe this is tea, maybe this is not whiskey, and maybe this is just some random picture. But our mind will gather, make connections, gather patterns, and that's another way how to tell stories. It's a huge topic, like how to tell stories without words, and games really could benefit from that. That's another big topic. But yeah, the essence of the story is still ingrained in our very existence. So that's why I will always argue that mobile games, just like every other entertainment, does need story. The other question, like how to present it. So narrative, and there's a reason I'm speaking about narrative and not the stories, because narrative is never just text. A narrative is the whole container of elements, connections, relations. How do you tell your story? How the story can be conveyed to your player? Basically, what this slide is representing is how my client is made really good decisions to focus on world building, and I'll explain later why it's so important. But through world building, having a consistent world building, it was very easy for them to create characters, to create all the elements of gameplay that they need. It's a merge 5 games, so there's some chests, there's some collections, there's some obstacles, there's some characters, factories, and if these elements are consistent throughout the game, and if there is a background to support it, which is the world, that's the narrative. Then the story in written text can be minimal or even non-existent, and this consistency of elements, which player creates patterns, recognizes patterns, is what creates emotional connection. That's why I strongly feel that a good narrative design for mobile games is essential. And basically, if what happens if it's not? Well, it's like building a bridge with a bit of loose screws. So like, yeah, first time you walk through, it might not fall apart, but with gazillion players and with a lot of stress of expanding features, and LiveOps is basically why I connect this to narrative, because LiveOps is basically, constant stream of content and events and things. This structure can fall apart, and you can be left with a game that doesn't make much sense, in the sense that it doesn't connect to players well, even if the gameplay is okay. And yeah, in competitive market, it's very important for everything to be tightly set, because players will go for the game which has all the elements aligned up perfectly. So in mobile games, LiveOps is the biggest thing, obviously, because everyone wants to keep their games running as a service, and to have recurring revenue streams, of course, and to improve engagement. So there is like it's not even going to be challenged. LiveOps is the thing. So what are the challenges of LiveOps in terms of narratives? Well, first of all, it's eternal. It never ends, and it requires constant growth of events, promotions, new content, new features, etc. And maintaining the community, coming up with new events, coming up with adequate promotions, and especially generating content is quite a challenging thing because it needs to be done in a quite fast pace. And you cannot rely on just one event or two events. There need to be like a full calendar of different kinds of events, smaller, bigger, more connected to gameplay. Also, a big thing is like alternative progressions, like how to offer a subsystem which will sort of parallel the main game core loop. So yeah, the LiveOps gets quite intense, not only in sense of workload, but also in sense of it never stops, basically. Another trouble with LiveOps is that it's intersection of many departments. It's marketing, it's business, it's collecting data, it's interpreting data, it's about correcting your course while the ship is sailing. And then again, you have game design, UX, UI, and all the regular issues of production, maintaining the systems and everything. So one of the challenges of LiveOps is that each section will have their own requirements and their own problems, and they might not necessarily have the same goals. Like, okay, developers, can we deliver this feature in 2 weeks? Like, we already have our plate full, and of course, game designers need to come up with new features, and data guys have to interpret it and tell you, oh, don't do this, don't do that. And interpretation of data and how to react to data is another huge deal. So yeah, many challenges in the sense that a lot of times these departments will, try to focus on their part of the LiveOps. Another big challenge in sense of what LiveOps is struggling with is copying the competition. So I've yet to find a studio that's especially those which are catching up or entering the markets, who are going to say like, yeah, let's invent something new. Everyone wants to copy the competition, especially because nowadays with all the kind of research and data sources, people want to see what works, what not, to avoid pitfalls of previous pioneers in the industry. But mostly it's about copying to see what works, what doesn't, especially in sense of revenue and income, which is normal. But copying the competition can leave you with a lot of events, a lot of features which basically not necessarily fit your game, but also, more importantly, they don't fit your story. So yeah, there's a game and they have a balloon event, and then you want your game also to have a balloon event. But if you're not running a game in a steampunk or some balloon appropriate environment, it might be starting to rattle these screws of your bridge, and your game can gradually fall apart. Because once we stray off the established narrative, it seems like, oh, nothing happened, not a big deal. But then the more you stray, eventually you will end up with a product which is copying and mimicking the competition, but not getting the same results because you lose the emotional connection to players, which provides stronger engagement. Another thing is that some games don't even strive to have a tight narrative, and it eventually leads to a mess because oftentimes players will accept the gameplay as is, but in order for players' perception to connect fully to just sheer game mechanics, it needs to be sort of devoid of many contexts that narrative brings. So that's why hyper-casual games do well, because there is a narrative there as well, and it's usually in an environment, which is very important point. But only then, when the narrative is minimal and in the background, but strong support in sense of being the basis of what's displayed in a game mechanic. So if you don't have this fully minimalistic thing, all the narratives there is creating a noise and creating a disconnection. And basically, you always need to have feature, game mechanic connected with some sort of way to connect to the player. Like, why am I doing this? Why am I doing this particular event in this game? Why is it based on, I don't know, red balls and not about black triangles, for example? So having no tight narrative can be disastrous because it's just one of the ways to loosen the connection between your game and the players. And then there's again content production issues in sense that considering that LiveOps is live and that it has schedules and it has to recur, but oftentimes you cannot create events that will just repeat without any adjustments. There's always a concern of how costly production is and where will we find so much content, especially if you want your events to be slightly varied or to have some modifications or to have some episodic kind of content. It's always difficult to have the way to sort of place your best intentions and ideas within the context of production. Simply like, okay, this needs to be rapidly developed. And so it enters world building. World building is huge theme in itself. And there are many elements of world building, from maps and lore and lineages and languages and characters and religions or whatever. So the good thing is that for creating narrative for mobile games, you don't need the entire world building done like books require or movies require or even role-playing games require. You can pick the elements which will be the base of your game, and it's like the first building block that will support almost everything, because world building also includes atmospheric, thematic elements which can really be strongly connected to pillars of fantasy. Like, what kind of fantasy are you presenting to your players? And world can be the first base of connection between what's the atmosphere of your game and what the fantasy that your game actually presents, because game mechanics usually, unless it's a very abstract logical game, can exist in vacuum without any environment. So a world is basically a playground. And I put this image from a hyper-casual game on purpose because even here in super hyper-casual game where it's just totally abstract, you cannot even guess what the mechanics behind this game. But there is a reason that the colors are green, tranquil, that there is this kind of little hierarchy of colors. And yeah, even if there's 0 words in your game, there's still narrative, and it's usually best displayed through the world and environment itself. Another thing is that world is a very rich source of everything. So this is from my client's game, and we have like a very general world map. And the thing is that world is a source, but it's also moving, it's shifting, it's playing. We had in the beginning this continent and this island, but then we decided to add a little bit more either new race, and let's settle them here. And basically from the world and from this basic concept come characters, as you can see. Like, okay, this part is populated by these guys. These are the examples of characters from this part of the world, that part of the world, and it already creates some sort of a stream of content for you. And the first connection between the characters and the world is what will enable you to continue making the story without a lot of text, without a lot of things for players to read, because yeah, narrative space in mobile games is very limited. And another big topic is how characters influence narratives, but suffice to say, characters and their interactions, characters and interactions with mechanics of the game is something that very strongly connects players not only emotionally, but like to understand what is the goal of certain task or certain mechanic or certain goal. And this is an example of some elements in our game, and as you can see, they kind of are different, but they have something in common, and it fits the atmosphere and topic of our game, which focuses on fantasy, sort of chill, merry, not gloomy, but also there's a strong aspect of exploration. So we have this kind of ancient, mystical, unusual gardens. So and this comes from the world basically. So this building is from this part of the world, the other one is from the other part of the world. So even the visuals of your game elements can easily come from the world. And again, consistency is the key here. You will have lore, you will have strong atmosphere and strong feeling of the world to which player can connect. Yeah, narrative spaces are tight, so you have like, one sentence or two sentences to have some sort of story. And usually you will use this space to verbally explain certain features or events. So you kind of have to inform the player in the same time while providing a little narrative, and it has to be in character because these guys are like some sort of scientific wizard, so he has his lab and he has his magic. But that's another way to connect your players to your characters. And since these narrative spaces are tight, you don't have much time to explain, like, oh, what's going on, in your story, in your game. And that's why world is important, because if the player is immersed in the world, if they are by extension connected with the characters, then you don't even need more space than like a little dialogues here and there. And even if the players don't read them, if they skip them, you will still have a continuum of patterns which your players can gather and read. Also, in these small tiny narrative spaces, we can have this kind of discovery journal or some sort of lore place, and this is like even tinier bit of text, and you can even ask like, okay, if players don't skip the dialogues, do they even read like what's written there? I don't know the answer. I think they do, because players do thrive on exploration, especially if you give them reason and context for that. Another thing is that lore is a path to consistency, in the sense that in a mobile game you cannot count on linear information gathering. You cannot count on linear storytelling. Your players will stop at certain points and skip the others. So your lore cannot be something that they intake by just reading. It has to be a part of the whole narrative web. And the basics is, again, you guessed it right, world. So I want to go quickly through, we have some time, through examples. So in our game, farming is big, and resource managing is one big part of the core loop. So when designing the mainstay events for our players, it was only natural that we will have some sort of plants and plant growing and some seasonal fruits that will, keep player engaged, because seasonal implies, something like it's temporary sense of urgency, like, okay, get it now. But yeah, this collection also should, it is important for it to be a large collection so the player can engage with it, connect with it better. And so we picked from the world and from the atmosphere of the game what needs to be done. And we realized that having plants is one thing, but also we kind of want to have creatures, fantasy creatures. So we come to the idea to connect lore of our game with the actual visual style and to actual feature of the event, and create our LiveOps by merging creatures and plants into this like little progression that we have, like first the flowers of hibiscus are growing, they're growing some more, they're creating this mystical egg, and then beautiful hibiscus phoenix is born. So that's the example how from the world, being consistent with elements of narration, which are both visual and lore and mechanical, something that players are already interacting with, to create a very good event, because this event was very popular. It appealed to the players not only through wonders of game mechanic, because game mechanic is just an extension of the usual Mage 5 mechanic, but strong visual narration and strong connection to world building was which enabled this to be a very big success. And of course, we have these different characters, and by reskinning one of them and creating this special kind of unique dresses for them is another support for this whole event. And again, it stems from who this character is in the world, where did she come from, etc. So basically, game mechanic is like the basic, and then the first non-abstract communication is through world building, and then you can have characters and their relationships, and it's endless source of stories. So for your LiveOps, you have no fear that you'll run out of content. I also want to briefly explain the failed context that we had, like when we stepped out of this idea of following the world building, we faced failure. So basically, we had an event which was like some magic hunt. Other games have it too. We had bunnies. Bunnies were through different core mechanics were gathering some eggs and blah blah. You know the drill. So this event went right, and we wanted to reskin this event into something new, some new content. And for some reason, one of the game designers came with the idea for mermaids, probably by following competition, because similar event in other games was connected with some seashells. So he was simply too lazy to look for inspiration in the world, and he tried to implement something from another game, and it simply didn't work. It simply failed because mermaids are not kind of feature that was consistent with the rest of the world. They were completely new characters which were not so recognizable because Easter bunnies are connected to the Easter event, to the holidays, so there's no question there. But like, why do we suddenly have mermaids who are collecting seashells was not really sure for players. Like, why would they engage with it? Was the emotional bond was weaker. The mechanics was the same, so you cannot argue that we changed something in mechanics and that's why the event failed. It was simply the example of what happens if we don't keep following the lore and the world building as the basis of our LiveOps. So my greatest point here is stick to your lore, use your characters, use all the narrative elements that your players can connect with, and then even if you copy a feature or event from someone else's game, it's going to be yours, it's going to be consistent with your lore, with your world, and it will enable your LiveOps to be a success and not a failure. Thank you for your attention.
Thank you so much. It was a great presentation as always. And now let's move to our comments section. We have two questions there. One is from Roman. Regarding stories in mobile games, what is the best practice for game tutorials? Should they be part of a story or be as short as possible?
First of all, you have to decide what kind of features and events don't need a tutorial, because that's also an option. And if you do want to have this tutorial, then you can put it in like one-page illustration or something like a pop-up. But if the mechanic is something new, or if it's different from what's usual for a particular genre, then I do suggest story-driven tutorial.
Thank you so much for answering this question. And the next question from Ronald. What factors should a writer take into account when trying to decide if they should remind players of information they have already received in the past? What factors should should I reread it again?
The thing is that this is also why world building and lore are more powerful than any story. So whatever you write, especially for mobile games, players might not read. They might read but forget. So in our approach is that everything is sourced from the world, and players are being reminded of little details from the world. So the dialogues never move story too far forward, but it's always reminding the players, like, who are the characters, what are the characters like, what is the atmosphere of dialogues, what is the atmosphere of the world, and then it really works great in connection with all the visual elements of storytelling and world, and that's how you sort of keep it safe from this kind of question, like, do we or do we not? Because if you feel the need to repeat something to the player, I think you're already on the wrong track.
Thank you so much. So we had only 2 questions for you. Which one did you like the most?
The first one, I must say.
The first one. Okay, so Roman, you're our next winner, and we will get in touch with you shortly. Thank you, Ranka, for being with us today.
Thank you.
I wish you to have a pleasant rest of your day, and hopefully the weather gets better.
Oh yeah, thank you.
And it's my greatest pleasure now to introduce our next speaker, Kate Edwards. She is a CEO and principal consultant at GDBAY, a consultancy which innovated content culturalization. Kate has been in the games industry for over 30 years, and she previously was an executive director of the IGDA, International Game Developers Association, and Global Game Jam. Her session today focuses on how the values of game companies are often challenged by the current events, and how game developers can be better prepared before and after their games released. Hi, Kate, how are you?
Hi, great. Happy to be here, and congratulations on the anniversary. That's a very, very big deal.
Thank you so much. Thank you for joining us. Please feel free to share your screen if you want to show us something, and you can start right now.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And hopefully you can all see this slide. So yeah, in this short talk, I mean, it's a big topic, but I'm going to fit it into a short amount of time about how our values as creators affect our games. And just to give you a little bit more context, in addition to the introduction that Elena just gave, I'm a geographer, and I've been doing what I call culturalization work on video games for about over 30 years now. I started in 1993, was my first game. It was Flight Sim when I was working at Microsoft. And since that time, I've worked on over 260 games across a lot of different companies, a lot of big franchises you're probably familiar with, like FIFA and Call of Duty and Apex Legends and Tomb Raider and Halo and Fable and Age of Empires, and on it goes. But essentially what my job has been is focusing on this interaction between what is real, which is the geography that's out there in the world around us, and what is represented, so what we actually build in our worlds, in our games, just like the excellent talk previous to me talking about world building. And then what is perceived, which to me is one of the most important parts. How do players and the general public perceive our creation, and what do they read into our world or perceive about what we're trying to say about culture, politics, or anything else? And a lot of times we're not trying to say anything about those topics, but people bring their perceptions to your content. And so they're going to read and trying to figure out, what are your values? What do you stand for? Now, obviously, there's an issue that we're all familiar with that I don't even need to go into. But the reason I bring this up is because when this occurred last year, this caused a huge domino effect in the game industry because a lot of companies had no idea what to do. They didn't know how to react to this geopolitical conflict. And so they were trying to decide, including a lot of the clients I work with, what do we do about Ukrainian content? What do we do about Russian content? How does this affect our game? How does it affect our business? There's a lot of different decisions that were thrown up in the air. And I bring this up because this is a great example of how companies were caught off guard. They were not ready for this. They did not expect to have to react to this. And so their values as a company were suddenly challenged about what they stand for and who they stand with. And fortunately, the great majority of companies stood with Ukraine, on the Ukraine side of the conflict, but still it caused a lot of companies to struggle with their policy because they basically did not have a policy on what their values are and how they are going to react to an event like this that's happening in the world. Now, and so there was a lot of examples of how this happened last year, and we still hear some examples happening this year. But let's remind ourselves that there are a lot of different issues going on in the world. I mean, just like over in Taiwan, we constantly hear news about what's happening in Taiwan. Not that there's open conflict at this point, and we hope that doesn't happen, but it is affecting how people perceive content and how, we're basically trying to position games that are sold in China versus games that are sold in Taiwan. And companies are struggling with this because, again, it's about what side do they want to stand on, and they're not sure. And it's very challenging because from a business perspective, China is the world's largest gaming market, just like it's also the world's largest film market. And so that's a lot of money for companies to ignore. So they're caught in this dilemma about not knowing exactly what to do. And that, again, is where their values come into play. Now, why is this important for the game industry? Well, this data, according to last year, and this year's data is not that much different, is that basically why I think it's important is because, like, when I travel the world and I talk to a lot of developers in emerging markets, a lot of them keep telling me that their main focus is to sell their games in North America and Western Europe because they feel that that's where all the money is and they feel that that's where a lot of the attention is. But that, frankly, is just not the reality on the ground. The reality is that the true growth is occurring in non-traditional gaming markets. So like the Middle East and Africa has remained one of the fastest growing regions for games in the last decade. Latin America is still growing strong. Asia Pacific is still growing. You can see the numbers for Europe and North America are not as strong because, let's face it, those markets have been more saturated for a longer period of time. And so when I talk to developers about, who are you making this game for and where do you plan to distribute the game, a lot of them are not thinking about these regions like the Middle East and Africa, which is a huge open opportunity. But then that also challenges what they know and what they don't know as far as, do we know how to make a game for that culture? Do we know if our content's going to be acceptable in that market? And that's where it becomes more of a challenge. So just to give you a little overview, culturalization is essentially about taking the game worlds that you're creating and seeing how those game worlds are compatible with the local worldviews of these different cultures around the world. And so it's sort of this gene splicing exercise where we're trying to arrive at content that is going to work in as many places as possible around the world. And so I'm working on the content assets and seeing if those assets are compatible or incompatible with the local worldviews. And that at its core is essentially what culturalization is all about. But when we're making a decision, it's not just a simple matter of let's say, for example, a character design. It's not just an issue of looking at it and saying yes or no. There's a lot of things we have to think about. So, for example, the high-level values that you have as a company or even as an individual creator. And when I say company, it doesn't necessarily mean like a giant company. It could also mean a two-person indie studio. But what's your values and goals for the game that you've created? Also, the context in which content is generated. And what I mean by that is that we're all biased. We all come from a specific language, geography, culture, and so we carry with us a certain level of called bias that often shows up in the creative process. Now, most of us, we overcome that bias through education. That's why we all go to school for so long, so that we can gain an awareness about other cultures around the world. But a lot of times that bias is very implicit and we don't even know about it. And so it kind of comes out during the creative process. Also, the business strategy for the vertical. So if you're a bigger company like Microsoft or Sony, there's a lot of things you make other than games. And so they have to decide if making a change to that character design is going to affect other things that they make other than video games. Also, the market strategy for a locale, because selling a game in China, for example, is very different from selling a game in Brazil or Saudi Arabia or, somewhere else in the world. And the market strategy for a specific game, it has to be thought about, because different genres are also accepted differently in different cultures. Not every culture likes playing first-person shooters. Not every culture likes playing role-playing games. And so we have to weigh that decision as well. And then finally, the changing geopolitical, cultural, and social factors, because I think we all are very much aware that this world is a very, very dynamic place where things change very quickly. And so I have to also constantly look forward to the future and kind of guess what is the market conditions when the game is actually going to release. So like, for example, there's games I'm working on right now that don't release for 2 or 3 years. I don't know what it's going to be like in 2 or 3 years. None of us does. So you kind of have to kind of read the news and understand kind of what the conditions might be like. So, for example, we have companies which have rethought their values over certain issues. So like Apple, originally on their maps, they essentially, when Russia invaded Crimea in 2014, they changed the map right away to show it as Russian territory for the Russian map, for the Russian map servers. Now that what they're doing here is that's because cartography and map making, often the goal is to show ground truth. So we show what's happening on the ground right now. But then after last year, after Russia's invasion, they actually changed it back. So now they actually show it as part of Ukraine. So that is a value judgment that Apple made, saying that now we're going to stand with Ukraine. So rather than follow the cartographic principle of ground truth, what we're going to show is follow the political principle of showing that this territory belongs to Ukraine. And that is a change in policy, and it's a change in values that they took. Things like this, where the clothing store called The Gap, they made a t-shirt that showed an outline of China, but this had a huge protest over it because what they missed on the map is that they didn't show all of what China's claim is. So for example, this is a map here on the right showing all the Chinese claim, Taiwan, the South China Sea. And so China basically put a lot of pressure on The Gap to fix these shirts and not to do it again. And so a lot of people showed up in the stores, like I showed there, where they were having protest t-shirts that were showing the quote correct outline. But of course, this is correct only from China's perspective. And this as well. Now, obviously, I'm picking on China quite a bit because they're an obvious example where this has been a problem. But this movie, Abominable, was not shown in the Philippines, Malaysia, or Vietnam. And the reason is because of this scene that you see right here that showed up in the movie for just 2 seconds. It's like very quick. And the reason, though, is because, as you can see, this map on the background behind that girl is showing China's claim over the South China Sea and Taiwan. Now, the challenge here is that the Malaysia, Philippines, and Vietnam, they are all part of a very complex dispute over the South China Sea. And so these 3 countries said, look, we don't want to see China's claim over the South China Sea in this film. If you take out this 2-second scene, then we'll gladly distribute the film in our countries. Well, normally, even 5 years ago, any film distributor would have said, yes, of course, we'll take out the scene. But in this case, they didn't. So DreamWorks, they just said, no, we're not going to change it. And the reason is because this film was co-financed with a Chinese animation studio. And the animation studio said, no, we are not taking out this scene. We are going to show this particular map. And that is the reason why this film did not show in those 3 countries, because of this geopolitical issue. And this has happened in several other films as well. such as the video game adaptation of the film adaptation of the video game Uncharted, they had the same problem. They showed the same 9-dash line of China's claim over the South China Sea, and that's why Uncharted did not release in those countries either. But this has been an issue in a lot of other things. A lot of their films, for example, we've also had this issue in games. One that's been more visible is like how they changed the Ancient One character in Doctor Strange, because in the comic book, in the original source material, the Ancient One is an old Chinese man, but they didn't want to upset China, so that's why they changed the character in the movie to being this Celtic woman played by Tilda Swinton. Which I thought she did a great job, but that is not the original character. And so a lot of fans of Doctor Strange were really kind of pissed off about why they made this change, but they did it because they did not want to upset China. And so this is where the company is basically letting their values kind of pushing their values aside a little bit in order to make more revenue from that market. And we've seen this happen in a lot of games as well. This is not unique to film. More and more games have been under a certain level of censorship in recent years, and it's causing more concern among a lot of developers I work with, that they want to go after that Chinese market because it's so large, but at the same time, the cost of going into that market is a huge cost in terms of what you're allowed to show, and it may even cross a line over what your values are as a creator. So what we're really facing here is what I would call a digital battle for mindshare. So governments, cultural institutions, and different factions are fiercely competing for control over what the public perceives about a certain issue. And so it really comes down to this question of who defines the global and local cultural narrative, especially as it's portrayed in a video game. And so is it you as the creator, pushing your content out to the world, or are you going to allow a certain government or other institution to change your creative vision in order to make money or to enter a particular market? So we know that a lot of countries have what we call, these internet blocks, like China has it, North Korea has it, Russia has it, where they have internet restrictions that block external content. And that the reason for that is for control of mindshare. That's exactly what they're trying to do, is to control the mindshare and to basically influence the public over what is right or wrong in their market. And this is having a profound effect on what game developers are allowed to do in those different countries. Now, let me just talk a little bit about content versions of games, because this is an important point, is that when you create your game, if it's like your indie game, it's your pure creative, your artistic vision. It has no localization, no culturalization. So like if I paint a piece of art, paint a painting, and I put it on the wall, that's a default version because I haven't done any changes to it. So that's my pure artistic vision. Now, in the early days of software, like back in the 80s and 90s, we had what I call a localized version, where we would have a default version created locally, like whether it's created in, say, Ukrainian or English or whatever, and then you'll do some localization, but usually no culturalization at all. But we don't really see this anymore. Today, most games that are created are what I call a globalized version, where it's a single default. But then they often do a lot of localization, especially for AAA games. They'll do like 20 or 30 languages for the release of the game. And then they'll also do some culturalization. So they'll make some tweaks to make sure that the game content's not going to be a cultural or political problem in different markets. And then finally, there's what I call a culturalized version, where there's a single default, but then there's extensive language localization done, and there's extensive culturalization done, so which effectively creates a new default version that is specific to a single market. And so I've seen this happening more in mobile games because the mobile development process is more agile to make these kind of changes. This is a much more difficult thing to do on a large AAA game. It's just because there's just so much content to deal with. But with a mobile game, I've seen some companies do this so that they tailor their game very specifically to a market like Brazil or India or somewhere else. So the key issue we're dealing with then is what line will your company or you as a creator, what line will you cross or not based on your values, and how do you make that decision, and what values are guiding that decision? And so, for example, when I was working on Age of Empires years ago, we had this issue where the historical scenario that was put into the game shows Japan in blue invading Korea in red, because history tells us that the Japanese invaded the Chosun Empire in Korea during the Middle Ages and almost took it over. And so we put this scenario in the game, but when the game released in Korea, the Korean government said this never happened. So now what are we supposed to do? Well, after a huge amount of internal debate, we basically decided that the only option for us, because we knew from market research that real-time strategy games like Age of Empires were very, very popular in Korea. And so we basically felt we had to release this game in Korea. And the only way we could do that is create a special patch only for Korean players that actually changed history. So now instead of the Japanese invading Korea, Korea is now invading Japan, which never happened. But that was the gateway, that was the price of entering the Korean market in order to access the players and basically build Microsoft's games business within that market. And as you can imagine, the development team, we had a huge debate over ethics and truth. Like, is this the right thing to do? And that is exactly the right kind of conversation you need to have. Is this a line that you want to cross as a creator in order to get your game released in certain markets? For example, Top Gun Maverick, that film faced a similar issue. So the jacket that you see on the left there is from the original Top Gun film, and it shows the flag of Japan and Taiwan on the back of the jacket. Well, when Top Gun Maverick, the new film, when the trailers came out, the first trailer that released showed this image of the jacket on the right, in which you can see it's supposed to be the same jacket, but there is no Japan or Taiwan flag. And the reason they did that is because they wanted the film to release in China, and China does not want to see the Japan or Taiwan flag. But there was so much internet backlash over this depiction of the jacket, and that because of the delay of release due to COVID, they actually, by the time the film came out, when they went in and they changed the jacket to look like the original, so it does include the Japan and Taiwan flag. And they say that when the film premiered in Taiwan, the theaters were just erupting with cheers because their flag was back on the jacket. And so, of course, when they did that, the filmmakers knew that this film would not release in China, and it didn't. And yet the film still made about $2 billion US, which is a phenomenal amount of money for a movie. So they showed that you don't necessarily have to cross that line and give up your values in order to release the product that you want to release. And we do this a lot in the non-games work that I do, like with maps. We have this problem a lot as well. Like for Google, I help them perfect what we call good domain tailoring, in which you go to different internet domains and you will see different versions of the map. So like India, the northern area of India called Kashmir, India requires by law that you have to show that territory as Indian territory. And if you don't, then your game is not going to release. Even if it's like a quick little map that appears for 2 seconds in your game, kind of a world locator map, if it shows the incorrect version of Kashmir, your game will not release in India. And so this is a problem that, we obviously have to be thinking about if our game contains maps, for example. And this has been an ongoing issue where China, for example, has put pressure on different companies. Like they put pressure on the major airlines in the US, and they also put pressure on the hotels, that they said that both Tibet and Taiwan have to be shown as destinations within China, not as separate destinations. And if they don't do that, then China was putting economic pressure on them to basically say, well, hey, if you don't do it, then, for example, with the airlines, we're not going to let you land your planes in China. So, of course, they did it immediately because they did not want to lose that opportunity. So like Blizzard, for example, they also went through this a few years ago with their Hearthstone tournament that they were having it was taking place in Taiwan. And the winner of the tournament, he actually was posting pro Hong Kong statements, because this was back during a lot of the Hong Kong protests that were going on. And so they took away the prize from him because they said, well, no, we don't want you saying anything about Hong Kong. And the CEO of Blizzard at the time said, oh, this has nothing to do with China. But of course it has everything to do with China. And part of it is because we have to realize that Activision Blizzard is partially owned by Tencent, one of the largest Chinese game development studios. And so that influence is directly related to how Blizzard reacted to this event. And what's interesting about it is that if you on the Blizzard website, you see their values that are posted here. And two of the key values that they stand for are every voice matters and think globally. So even Blizzard's own employees were going to, there's that big orc statue that you can see there in the second image from the left on the top. That's at Blizzard's headquarters. And these values are listed on the base of this statue. And so a lot of the Blizzard's own employees were putting notes of disgust and anger on the statue when this happened, because they realized that their own company violated their own stated values. And it was a very obvious in a very public way. So we have to remember that all content that we create, whatever our game is intended to be, all that game content carries culture. It carries our values as creators. So we have to make sure that any decision making that we have has to be connected with our values and what we stand for as creators, because people out there, especially on social media, they will hold us accountable to what we stand for or what we apparently don't stand for. So we have to remember that values define the boundaries of our creative decisions. What will you change or not change? And it's a constant interplay between the values we have, the business goals, which is making money with our games, and then the creative goals, making the best, coolest game we can possibly create and hoping that everybody will enjoy it. So we have to just keep in mind that values define how you want the world to perceive you and your company, and policies that you create internally define how those values actually influence the internal creative process. So how does that hold yourself accountable to what kind of content you're putting out to the world? So the last thing I'm going to say really quick is just a note about freedom of creativity, because I believe very strongly that games should be able to show anything that you want them to show. They are a creative art form on the same level as film and television and literature and fine art and everything else. But so you should exercise your creative vision. You always should, and make the game you want to make, but you just can't expect that vision to align with expectations in other cultures, because it's way too complicated for that to happen. So we're constantly, as game developers, we're dealing with two kind of different goals. One is to maximize expression, which is self-expression. As creators, we want to put our vision and our creation out to the world. The other part is maximize exposure, which is basically maximize how many places our game can go. And that's so and this is what I call the fulcrum of compromise, because honestly, oftentimes we're dealing with both of these things. We want to be true to our creative vision, but we also want to get our game out to the world. And those different versions that I talked about, typically the default version that has no changes, which is your pure artistic vision, that is more towards the maximize expression side. And the more changes we make to our game through localization and culturalization, the more we are trying to maximize exposure. And let me be very clear that there is no right answer here. Both of these are completely valid. It's just you as a creator have to decide what's most important to you and how your values are going to influence this decision making. And that's it. I appreciate your attention.
Hi again, Kate. Thank you so much for your presentation.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed it, and especially enjoyed the examples on the current events. It's very close to my heart. So thank you for including it in your presentation.
Well, yeah, it's a very important issue, and I think it's a very important illustration of how real world, political events, cultural events, they do affect us as creators, and we have to keep that in mind. I mean, it was similar to how the 9/11 event did the same thing many years ago. The Black Lives Matter event 3 years ago had also a huge influence on the industry, and of course the Ukraine issue as well. So we can't ignore what's happening out in the real world.
Thank you for this. And I believe we have only one question for now. This is a question from Rose, and she asks, how can we get information about which types of games are more or less popular in different countries?
That is a great question. One of the key sources that I would recommend looking into is a company called Newzoo, which is N-E-W-Z-O-O. So Newzoo, they actually track this information, and they do have paid reports that are available, but they also sometimes have free reports too. And if you Google Newzoo and try Newzoo game genre by country or something like that, you might be able to find some of the graphics and some of the statistics out there, and you might find it on their website as well. But I would consider that that's probably the best source to try.
Thank you so much for this answer. We don't have any more questions, so I suppose that Rose wins our merch.
There you go.
Thank you. Thank you for this. Thank you for your activity. As you can see, activity is rewarded. Thank you, Kate, again, and we will not keep you any longer. We know you're very busy.
We have a final question. Sorry.
We have one more question. Oh no. Question. Let me check. Oh yeah, one from Ronald. Does globalization ever come into play this heavily in fictional worlds?
It does. It does influence fictional worlds, because a lot of the fictional worlds I've worked on, they often use allegory. Allegory is a very powerful narrative tool to convey concepts from the real world, but they do it in a fictional context. So I've worked on all the Dragon Age games, for example, and in Dragon Age, they took the elves, which typically in Tolkien's work, elves are these heavenly, godlike, angelic beings who are immortal. But in Dragon Age, they reversed it. So now the elves are kind of this lower caste of people who are sort of outcast. And they did that specifically to kind of illustrate the whole dynamic about how we as society deal with immigration, how we deal with people coming into our society who are different from us and look different, speak differently. And so basically they were kind of building a whole allegory around the immigration issue. And some players, they caught on to that, which was sort of the intention. And so we do have to still think about, and when we do create fantasy worlds, how the inspiration that we're looking at in the real world might represent itself in the fictional world. When I see fantasy religions created, they almost always start with Roman Catholicism as a basis, and then they modify it from there. And so we have to create what I call allegorical distance to make sure that the content assets that appear in the fantasy world are not too obviously reflecting something in the real world. So it can get complicated, but my basic answer is yes, we do need to think about it even with fantasy worlds.
Thank you so much for your answers. So since we had two questions, you can select which one did you like the most.
I think the second question was a great question.
Sorry, Rose. I think that our merch goes to Ronald, but you can be active during our next questions and answer sessions with the other speakers. And now, thank you again, Kate. And
thank you.
We should have a great day. Thanks for
joining
us.
Bye-bye. Thank you.
Bye-bye. So we just had 3 amazing speakers who have already presented in front of us, and we have 3 more speakers to go. And our next speaker is John Hare. He is one of Europe's best-known game designers and studio heads. His career spans 5 decades of game development and business, and he has designed and sold over 11 #1 games across Europe. Wow, that's such a great credit list. And today, John kindly agreed to tell us about how to partner with different publishers on different platforms to sell the original game IPs. And he really does know a thing or two about this. Hi, John, how are you today?
I'm good, Elena, thank you. Yeah, I was enjoying Kate's speech, actually. We used to have this saying back in the old days, this concept of selling out, like as an artist, you don't sell out. And then we've gone through a time of 2 decades where no one even talks about selling out because everyone sells out. And now it's nice to hear some fight back from the artist side that we should do what we feel is right. And it is always this balance of business and creativity. So I really enjoyed her talk, actually.
Yeah. I mean, I think that's a really great topic, and we could even have probably like 1 hour long panel discussion about it. We need to think about it for the next event, by the way. But for now, please welcome to the stage. If you have some slides, please feel free to share with us.
I guess if I share a screen, it should work, right?
Yeah, it should. Let's just try and see. I will confirm if everything works.
Okay. This should be a PowerPoint.
Yeah, perfect.
Is it working?
Yeah, we can start. Yeah,
okay,
it works.
let's see. Here we go. Okay, so I am going to talk today about many people, obviously many of us game developers, when we start making a game, we have our own IP. And this really is the business of making any original development. Obviously there's work for hire and there's other sorts of work you can do. But when you've got your own IP, there's certain ways you should manage this to maximize the benefit for you as a developer and as a legal entity, as a company that's owning this. And this is something which you learn over many, many, many years. And this is a picture of me here with the old Sensible Software team, which was my team in the 80s and 90s. And this was taken in 1993. So that's like, wow, 30 years ago now. That's me holding hands with a dog. And this is the whole team. This was us having fun on a day out making a video for our Cannon Fodder game. But this is about alternative ways to make money as a developer other than just default self-publishing everything. So who am I? Okay, so this is me. So, yep, that's me. That was taken about, I think about 8 years ago. So this is 1985 to 2023. As I said, I made my very first game on a ZX81, not even the Spectrum. I did some art for a ZX81. What have I done in my career? I've designed over 100 games, which is quite a lot. I've mostly been the lead designer, but sometimes I'm a co-designer. Sometimes I've been a supporting designer with the team, but 100 games is a lot either way. I've actually signed 42 original IP deals. So that means that of IP that I've either been the only generator of or co-development with the team or whatever. I've done 42 different contracts in relation to this, which is signing publishing deals and rights about this. And this is what we're going to be talking about, how we manage these deals and how it can work as a part of our strategy as a company. I've had 66 different games published to date, which is quite a lot, I guess. But when it's over 30 odd years, it's only about 2 a year. It sounds a lot until you work it out, but yeah, it's quite normal. And I've sold one company. So my company is Sensible Software, which was pretty famous in the 80s and 90s. We had about 7 #1 games. We sold that in 1999 and we set it up in 1986. So it was a 13-year run with the company. So that's a bit about me. Now let's look about the reducing your risk. So the thing about reducing your risk, when you are a developer and you're coding the game and you're providing the art for the game and you're doing the sound for the game and you're doing the back end stuff for the game, and then you're making all these things work, that's a lot of work in itself. That can be from one person up to maybe 15 people in a small company, maybe 20, 25, however many people you need. But then if you're going to publish on top, then you need to do various other functions that are beyond what a developer does. And this is about exploring all those functions that non-developers do and asking ourselves, do we really want to take all these things on ourselves? Or are we better off structuring it where we focus on the development and then we build partnerships with other companies to help us on various other parts of making particularly a cross-platform IP go out there. So once we've made an IP, once we've designed our game on a certain machine, there's no reason why we shouldn't take it across other machines. We've got wonderful things like Unity and Unreal there now to allow us to do that relatively simply, but we need to now have the right vehicles legally and structurally with partnerships to maximize being able to hit all these platforms without stretching ourselves and spreading ourselves too thinly, because there's a lot of work to do. So let's start to fill this in. So we're just starting a new game, okay? And our new game starts off with a designer and an intellectual property. The thing that designer, the thoughts that designer has, or it could be multiple people, not just one, they have this idea for a game and they start to sketch out on a piece of paper or type up somewhere the ideas of what the game is, and they start to formulate how it's going to work and various things around that. And that concept that you're building and that design that you're building, which isn't always just a document, sometimes it's pictures, sometimes it's a small running demo of things working and it becomes a bigger plan. This is your intellectual property. This is yours. You 100% own this thing until you let someone else have bits of it. And this is what this is really about. So often people are scared with publishing because they don't really understand it. They kind of feel like if I sign a deal with someone else, then they're going to control my thing. But it doesn't have to be like that if you manage the process properly. And that's what this talk is about. So we've got our designer with his design. And then the first thing we should be looking at, the thing that no one ever likes to think about with a startup company, is the boring stuff, licensing and legal. That's the first place to be, because if you don't have licensing and legal thinking, you can easily give this intellectual property away to someone else, just like that. And once you sign a piece of paper to give it away in the wrong way, it's gone forever. So it's very important that we focus on how we are legally managing stuff as early as possible if we're going to engage with third parties. If we don't, then we do everything ourselves. We don't have to worry about that. Then we have the other problem that we've got to do everything ourselves, which can often stretch ourselves too thinly and cause us to spend just far too much money too quickly. And in the end, we crash and burn. We run out of money before we get our product finished. So legal and licensing doesn't mean you need a legal and licensing department in your tiny 1 or 2 man team. What it means is you need legal and licensing advice, just enough, maybe some other games industry person that can help you a little bit. I mean, someone like me can help people, or maybe a proper lawyer to do certain deals. These are things you learn over time. I now do a lot of the contract work for our company myself because I worked with a lawyer for, well, actually, no, let's rewind. But the first 4 or 5 years, we didn't use a lawyer. Then we hit a big legal problem when a publishing company we were working with, went into liquidation. There was a big scandal about it in the UK. And we needed a lawyer. And we met with a whole bunch of other developers all signed to the same big publisher at the time. And we all needed lawyers to work out how to get our games back. And that taught us a lesson about how that boring part of the industry that we all need to ignore was actually really important. And then, and then after many years of working with this lawyer, he kind of taught me how to do the work. And I realized I could do a lot of it myself now by taking agreements that exist and tweaking them a bit. And it saved me a lot of money to do it myself. So I did that for a while as well. So I do a bit of, even now, 30 years on, I do most of the contract stuff myself, but if I've got difficult, tricky stuff, I always go to the lawyer. So I balance it. And also, apart from the legal stuff, there's the licensing out of our intellectual property. So that means we've got a game, a new game, it's ours. Now we can choose to work with a publishing company to grant them rights to publish our game. We could say you can only have it on Android phones for 3 months in Vietnam. That's like a tiny little license we can give them. Or they might say, well, actually, we want the whole world for eternity. And we say, no, it's going to be restricted only 3 years and not the whole world. You can only have the world except Asia. And actually, more than that, we can give you the whole world except Asia. But for every country you don't publish in after 1 year, if you don't fulfill that by publishing, we want it back. So there's small caveats you can put into deals to, rather than giving everything, you can draw stuff back. And it's these kind of tricks, contractual tricks, and just through experience you learn this, which make a big difference to how much you're giving away. This is all part of licensing, negotiation of prices and time. Basically, there's kind of like three things you got to think about: the amount of time, the game platforms, and the territories you're selling in. They're normally the main things with licensing. And then, of course, we've got to actually make the thing. So in reality, both these things are happening at once. In fact, we're probably pouring some money into the development for the art, the sound, the code, and the production of the game before we even do the licensing to another company. Because until we got a game to show, I mean, we all know as developers, or hopefully most of us do, getting a deal with someone on a running demo is a lot easier than getting it on a piece of paper with an idea written down on. So basically, at this starting point, you've got these people in the game. You've got your production people. You should have some legal and licensing advice somewhere, and you're thinking about what to do, and you're planning what is the right point where our game is good enough that we can now take it to third parties and see if we can get some kind of a deal from them. Bearing in mind, you can always self-publish if you want anyway, so we're not ever writing this idea off to self-publish, but we don't need to always think that's the only option. So at what point can we go to just talk to other people and see maybe they're interested in doing some publishing, maybe they can give us some advance money, which would be nice, which can keep everything going. So when we were at the right point in the development, now we go to the next stage. And now we start to look at a publisher. Now, publishing is not as easy as finding a publisher. In fact, publishing these days is very hard to find. You have to fish around. You have to be prepared to probably fail about 50 times before you get a publisher you will sign with. In terms of conversations, it's like some really weird dating system where you speed date on table and table and table and table, a bit like we do in all the conferences that we go to. It's necessary to go through these conversations because if with any product you've got, like the alignment of what that product is has got to match what the publisher you're talking to needs at that exact time. So it's going to be on the right platforms. It's going to be the right type of game. It's going to be at the right price point. It's going to be when they've got enough money to afford engaging with you. It's going to be when they've got a gap in their roster of games that are coming out to actually be able to fit another game in at all. So there's a lot of reasons why a publisher is going to turn you down more often than not. But if you're lucky and you happen to have the right game at the right time for that publisher, or actually sometimes it works that they remember you from the past and they might come back to you and say, you know, that game you showed me a year ago, well, now we can use it. So with publishing, it's all about the strategy that they've got at the time, which tends to come from the top of the company. In my experience, with most companies, tends to change about every 6 months. So when you speak to a publisher in January and they say, no, flat out, we don't like your game, you can always go back in July because they're bound to change their strategy. They're bound to be new people on there saying we want games with this, or a different kind of way of doing the economy, or maybe a game that they'd signed up and thought was going to be really big, development's gone wrong, it won't come out on time anymore. You never know. It's always worth going back. You know, there's new people in companies, and it's quite fluid, and companies are used to this. Actually, they're kind of used to you going back every few months. So anyway, let's look at these services that a publisher offers. So number one, it offers us finance. That's the one at the side there that we all expect to get. What's the big advance they can give us? You know, normally you'd be talking about, with most publishers, an advance against royalties deal, which basically means that you might make an agreement that after certain costs have come off the top of the game, it could be server costs or marketing costs or licensing costs or QA costs or whatever you might agree. And every deal is slightly different. But after that, you're going to split the money with the publisher. And let's say, for argument's sake, now to make this easy, it's a 50-50 split. So if you get, say, I don't know, €100,000 advance against a 50-50 split, what that means is when the publisher makes its sales and sells all the games, after the certain costs are paid back, so it could be paying for all the marketing, paying for the boxes if it's a physical game, paying for some licensing or for some server costs or QA costs or whatever you agree to take off the top, after they're all paid back, then we look at the rest of the money and we split it 50-50. So say if the publisher got in 400,000 euros in sales this quarter, and they're accounted during the quarter, they got 400,000 units in sales on your game. Then let's say the expenses that needed to be paid back were 100,000, right? So now we've got 300,000 left. So of that 300,000, they will then go, okay, so we've got a 50-50 deal with that 300,000. So we'll split it in half. So 150 for the publisher and 150,000 for the developer. But they've already paid in advance to the developer of 100,000 euros. So they don't pay the developer 150,000, they pay them 50,000. And that's the way that works. So the reason they pay in advance to the developer is to make during that development time, because generally you're going to do this deal somewhere in the middle, maybe a third of the way into the development, something like that, third to half normally. So the money you get in the advance helps to make the financing at the end of that publishing easier. And then that is deducted from your share of the money at the end. That's normally how it works, although there's different ways of working it. So what else does a publisher do for us? They do production work. So they help us with not only the production of the game and making that easier, but also the production of sometimes the units of the game, the artwork of the game, all the physical aspects of getting a game to the market they can help us with, as well as just a relationship with the developer. Marketing, well, we know what marketing is. Marketing is basically going out there and making sure that people are aware of your game. It encompasses PR. And then we've got user acquisition, which is in some platforms is important, just basically spending a bit of money to get slightly more money back by acquiring users. So marketing and user acquisition vary a lot between platforms, and they're constantly evolving, and publisher will keep abreast of that stuff. QA, so that's a testing company. Sometimes QA will fall within the developer. It depends on the setup, but that's basically to test all the different platforms of the game, both in terms of the functionality of the game and also compatibility for different platforms. Again, legal advice that will come from a publisher, so they'll have the different legal advice that needs to be happen from a publisher's perspective. We've got things like age ratings and these things as well to consider. And then sales. So the sales team is the guy in the publisher, or the team of people within the publisher that go out and actually sell the units physically to stores. It used to be in the old days. It's not so much happening now, but digitally working with the different platform holders on all the different things they have going on, the different pricing structures they offer, the different deals that are there, making sure these things are balanced and maximizing the number of people playing this game. So if you choose to be a developer publisher, you end up actually having to do all three parts of this drawing, which is quite complicated and expensive, which is why the suggestion here is that at least on some of the platforms, you can get another publisher to do this for you, some of the work for you. And then what happens in the next stage is, let's say that the first stage here is our publisher for a mobile game. And then we decide to port this game to PC or to a console. Well, then we get another publisher, and that offers all the same stuff that the other publisher does, but it's doing it on different formats because it's a different market if you're doing PC and console. And then, of course, that means now you need a porting company to do the ports of these new formats. So you need art, sound, and code. They're not a full development team, but they're a part development team to work specifically on those platforms, look at all the TCRs and all the regulations around those platforms and make sure they work. And then you might have that again, like yet another publisher for different platforms yet again. You might have, I don't know, VR versions or other sorts of versions. And again, you might want another porting company for this. And by using this structure, we're building this out slowly. We're not taking it all on as centrally. And with contracts, we're controlling the way these relationships are working. Here's a case study. I'll be quick now. So this is my current game, Social Soccer, which is in the middle of its path of publishing. And I'll just quickly take you through our journey to show you how this works. So all these platforms are now in development for Social Soccer, which is actually quite a lot. But here's a story of how we've got to this place. So the development started at the end of 2015. Tower Studios is my company, so it's like creative direction, production, business development. We actually do the data research as well for all the football. And we started a Kickstarter, which actually failed back in 2015 for a cross-platform game with a totally new team based in Finland. We rushed out our campaign. As you can see, the artwork wasn't very good. It was all a bit rushed and last minute, but we fancied just doing it, and it wasn't very smart to do it. So we had to put that Kickstarter in the bin. But we kept on going. And with Combo Breaker, a development partner in Finland, they were doing the coding and the art and this kind of stuff. And we kept on persisting, making our game and driving it forward on a PC initially. Here we go. Here's our failed Kickstarter. Hold on. And then we had a bunch of pretty poor publishing offers. I was out there chasing publishing offers as I do all the different conferences, and nothing really good came in. So we just kept on going and doing our own thing. And then we had some savings. In Finland, the guys were able to get a government loan, which kind of helped, and some small investments in the company. And this kept us ticking over for a couple of years, about 2.5 years, with not a lot of money, I've got to say, at that time. And the artwork of the game was also a bit weird at the time. We were experimenting, as you can see. And then at the end of 2017, we kind of self-published an early access version on Steam, more to just keep the team alive and happy that we were actually achieving something at that time. This was about 2 years into development, and we were struggling to do it. And the game was not as good as it should have been, but necessary for us as a team to put it out there to make it, keep it live. And then we had a chink of light. In 2018, we signed a publishing deal with a Chinese mobile publisher who had a connection to the Chinese Super League, which gave us a license for our football game. And this all looked very nice. And we all went over to Beijing and met these guys and had some quite fun times, actually. But for one reason or other, this version of the game actually never came out on the Chinese mobile. But in the meantime, the next year, the follow-up year, we met an American publisher at GDC in San Francisco. And what was strange is that I'd met these guys 2 years beforehand. And this man just said to me, he contacted me before GDC and said, "Have you still got that online football game you showed us like a couple of years ago?" I said, "Yeah." He said, "Oh, I think we might want to have a look at it." And they met with me in GDC in one of the hotels around San Francisco. There's 4 guys there, and they just set up a new kind of publisher called Rogue, as you can see their name there. And they checked the game out and they said, yes, it is what we want. And they were aware that Apple was about to launch Apple Arcade and wanted multiplayer sports games. And suddenly, after we're now 3.5 years into making this game with not a lot of money coming in, suddenly we just had this huge deal from Apple, which was amazing, which totally transformed everything for us. And so we launched it, some critical acclaim and some nice things, like Pocket Gamer saying nice things about how good the game is. And then we looked at our other development partners. So we started to work with AWS and the Keywords, doing some testing, Transfluent doing our localization, Extra Life doing our back-end server work because we needed back-end servers to run our game. And so we're starting to build our team out. And then we started working on the PC and console versions off of the back of what we had from Apple Arcade. And actually, we signed a publishing deal with a publisher relatively early on, although that has become a bit problematic in recent times because they've kind of been a bit slow to pay. And we're in a weird situation right now where we've finished the game, more or less, but the publisher's not ready. So we're last minute publisher hunting again. Again, we can self-publish if we want, which is something we're looking at. And we're also looking at talking to other publishers. But we've got many, many different options on the table. And luckily, because of the Apple Arcade version still selling in the background, there's still been some money for us to do our own thing. And although it's not been ideal to not have this publisher come through, it could, you never know, in the long run, it could be better for us to get better deals with other publishers or self-publishing. So that's where we are now with that. And the PC and console versions are due to be released end of 2023. which means we've got to get our skates on. We're development-wise, as I say, we're finished. We're submitting now to Steam, and the consoles will be in about 6 weeks from now. But we're still sorting out the publishing. This is not ideal, by the way. This is a last-minute issue caused by our publisher. But there's so much flexibility when you look at it with the option of going yourself or going with other people. So we're in quite a fortunate position to do that. And next year we'll be adding regular mobile versions. For anyone who doesn't know, when you do Apple Arcade, you get tied in for a while where you can't do regular mobile. And here we got showing our console development partner also added. So now this is a representative of one of those extra development chunks I put in that diagram a little while ago. So here's the advice to developers. Persistence pays off, wait for the right deal, and to know that you hold all of the cards until you sign a deal with a publisher to give what you own away in a licensing deal. It's all yours. No one can take it from you. You've got to give it to somebody. So look after it and care for it and think about it as if you were giving a large quantity of something away piece by piece by piece to people. So license IP for advances and to use the distribution of the publisher, the greater reach that a lot of publishers have, especially in markets you don't understand, like, for example, if you're working in China or something, you should definitely probably use a third party. Most of the main publishers also use third parties there anyway, apart from the Chinese companies. Control what you're doing with contracts, as I said. Don't be scared to get involved with lawyers. Find a lawyer you trust. It's not too expensive. They'll give you advice, or talk to professional people like myself or other people who are happy to share information on this kind of stuff. And get yourself at least one person in your company at the top needs to be a little bit au fait and aware of how this works. You don't need everyone, just one person will be enough. Another little tip, reward all your staff with percentages of the success of your game if you can. By cutting everyone who works for you in, you end up with a lot more incentivized staff, and when you really need them to pull for the game and push through and maybe work a few nights or whatever to hit a deadline, because whatever we do here we have deadlines, and when you work with a third-party publisher, the concept of deadlines becomes more serious and more frequent. You're going to deliver by the end of September, then you've got to deliver by the end of September, and if it needs people to work longer hours, sometimes you just need to do that. So you can get much more commitment from the people working for you if you reward them with extra money. The game is successful, otherwise what's in it for them? Things to avoid. Try not to sell over 25% of your shares. Selling a few shares for a bit of money is good and it works to get you going, but if you sell too much, you start to lose control of your company. And so many companies I know over the years have regretted selling too much too soon. Don't lose control of your IP. I can't say this enough. This is to do with how you manage the contracts. Don't play at being a publisher. If you're going to self-publish, be a publisher. Know the functions a publisher performs. Or don't try to do that. Partner with someone else to do that. Or split your game so that in some territories you self-publish, in other territories you go with a third party. Or in some platforms you self-publish, with other platforms you go with third parties. There's many options to get these things out there to maximize the money you make and maximize the span of your IP. Thank you for listening. I'm an honorary professor of games at Anglia Ruskin University in Cambridge, and that's me. So if there's any questions, please fire away.
Thank you so much for your presentation, John.
Okay.
We do have questions for you, indeed. Let me get back to them. So we have a question from Dmitry. What innovative elements have you implemented in your games that could change the future of the game development industry?
Me? Okay.
Yeah.
How long have you got?
I don't know. He asks you.
I need to go back. So in 1986, we made a game called Whizball, which was pretty revolutionary the way it worked, and it was like an old arcade machine with a spinning ball going around, but the creativity of it was high. It was an art high game. It got voted the game of the decade by Zap64, which was a great old magazine in those days. We got the game of the decade in the 80s on the Commodore 64, which was pretty much the decade of the Commodore 64, which was nice. Next thing would have been Shoot 'em Up Construction Kit. It was a game which allowed people to make their own games. It was like a package to let people make their own games. We made that in 1988. People still use it today, unbelievably. But it was our first #1 game, and it was innovative in that way. What else? Megalomania we made, which was an early God game. It was the first ever game with a tech tree in it. It was the first game, the second game, sorry, just about the second game to have mining in it, though we didn't know the other guys. They were called Hertz. It was a game called Herzog Survey, which was made in Japan. We didn't know them. They beat us by a month or so. Then we got Sensible Soccer, which had the first game to have people of different races in it, like people with different face colors and hair colors. It innovated a lot in terms of sports and bringing the real world of sports into a game. 25,000 players, 1,500 teams, a whole world of stuff. I mean, then Sex, Drugs and Rock and Roll, we did a point-and-click adventure, which didn't get published, but was certainly going to be groundbreaking. I've done lots of this stuff. I'm used to it. It's normal for me. And actually, I kind of wish that people were given... I wish we could dilute the number of people and the number of games in our industry, so the people with genuine talent and genuine new stuff would shine through. At the moment, there's such a cloud of other people around and such big marketing money. It's hard for the real innovative stars to shine right now, but they're always there, and they come through a little bit at the moment, which is great.
Okay, thank you for these comprehensive answers. So many innovations indeed. We have one more question from a friend. How relevant is it to have another game published with a publisher for publishers? Sorry for the tongue twister.
Say it again.
How relevant is to have another game published with a publisher for publishers?
Oh, another.
Okay. Yeah, I got it.
Yeah.
And there is a second part of the question. Is it worth it to have a not too good contract with a publisher just for the sake of having publishing deals in your portfolio? So that's two parts of one question.
Oh, okay, yeah. So on the second part, no. I've signed a lot of very bad deals. I mean, I learned to do this the hard way. The first publishing deal we signed was in 1986, and no, it was terrible. We had a 15% royalty, which was very bad for our game, and the guys never paid us the royalties anyway. Our royalty statement always had 0. So and we gave away all our rights worldwide, and they only ever published it on one platform. So absolutely not. I mean, if it's a very bad deal, no, it's not. You got to evaluate, am I better off doing this myself or working with somebody else? If it's very bad, no. The main thing is to not give stuff away for too long. As long as you can get it back after a period of time or parts of it back, it's not too bad. And then your other question was about, is it easier to get a deal with publisher B if I've already had a deal with publisher A before? I'm not sure that's true. I think that publishers look for the best possible games. So they're always looking for the best product that fits what they need now, that's within their parameters of what's affordable. My observation very, very recently, being in the position of reselling Sociable Soccer right now, with our collapsed publisher that we've been working with, is that is very, very polarized the pricing. You know, some publishers, they won't push their budget above, I don't know, 100,000 euros, or even less, 50 or 20. But others won't even talk to you unless your game costs at least $20 million to make, because they think it's too cheap. So it's very, very difficult at the moment sometimes to find that right balance. You've just got to find the right match out there for you. It's very much like dating, finding a publisher. You just got to keep on going until it clicks, because it will click eventually. If your game is good enough, it'll click. So no, you don't particularly need a previous publishing deal to get the next one if your game's good.
Thank you for your answer to both questions.
Okay.
And you can select which one of them you like the most.
I think I like the first one the most, because it's an important question to ask people, and you know, for me, I've been lucky. I've had the space when the industry wasn't crowded to do new stuff, not on my own with the team. It's not always me. I'm talking about me, but it's always me with the team. It's harder now to innovate. There's less space to innovate into. But I do think that it's a bit like what Kate was saying about the culture of making games. At the moment, we're in a very American-driven culture of what's acceptable in the game. We're using American moral standards, American ideas of what we're allowed to do. And I felt the change from the earlier days when it was more European-driven. And I think that being able to innovate and do things new is better when the shackles are off. Like there's no limitations. Literally, you can put any words, any pictures, any ideas you want in there and let it happen. It will offend some people or upset some people or change things, but that's how you get innovation. At the moment, we're a little bit controlled by the platform holders and by the publishers. But hopefully a time of more freedom will happen, and then that innovation will come faster again.
Thank you for this amazing answers, and thank you for your presentation. And thank you for being with us today on our anniversary day.
There you go. Happy anniversary.
Yeah, thank you. And I wish you to have the great rest of your day. It's already evening, to have a good evening, and hope to see you at our next event. Thanks, John.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure. Thanks, Elena. Bye-bye.
And we're moving to our next speaker. Please meet and greet Charlie Harbert. She is a Director of Partnerships at Global Game Jam. Charlie is our big friend and supporter, and she's been in the industry for over 20 years. And she mainly has an experience as a game localization and culturalization expert. And her talk today is Games for Language and Cultural Education. So I'm looking forward to hearing more about it. Hi, Charlie.
Hi, Elena. How are you today?
I'm good. How are you?
I am good. I mean, following Kate and John, it's not an easy job. And John giving us game advice and dating advice as well. So I've made a lot of notes.
Yeah, me too. I hope that everything will go great. I'm sure you will do great. Please, the stage is yours.
Thank you. I'm just going to wait to share my screen, and this one, screen 2. Okay, you should be able to see my screen. Is that right?
Yeah, you're able to see your screen. You can start now.
Perfect. Right, let me just move that up. Right. So we're talking about games for language and cultural education. As you can see, my name's Charlie Harbord. I'm Director of Partnerships for Global Game Jam. As Elena said, I've been in industry for years. I started out many years ago as a cultural, as a localization and culturalization expert for MOBA games in China, working with IGG Studios there in Fuzhou. It was a difficult job. It was not always as interesting or glamorous as it seems, but it was good fun. I then became a games researcher, doing partway through my PhD in the use of role-playing games to preserve indigenous languages, cultures, and traditions. So this is very much my area of interest and really something that is I feel extremely passionately about, to be honest. So we're going to look at games for culture and education, the language and cultural education. So the first question, why digital games? So these stats are a couple of years old, but I think they're even bigger now. So there are about 2.5 billion video game players in the world, spending around $152.1 billion on games in the last couple of years, just last year, logging on average 7 hours of activity per week. Obviously, some people play a lot more than 7 hours per week. Some people play less. Largely, this gaming is done online, and this is creating like massive global communities, which is something really important, particularly when we're talking about times of isolation. So, for example, during lockdown, during COVID. So everyone from educators to activists, people are turning to gaming to encourage social good among the gaming community. So this is from teachers to national health services to wildlife funds. Everyone's discovering that gaming is actually a really good way to engage with people and their communities and get their message out in a fun way. And some of these topics of the kind of games that I'm talking about are, for example, refugee crisis, mental illness to LGBTQIA+ issues, climate change, living in a war, and the list just keeps going on. So when we're talking about social impact games, which are games that are aims to have an impact on society, whether that is through changing perceptions, through changing, sharing stories, through allowing someone to actually understand or learn about something in a way that's almost kind of cheeky, that you're not getting someone to open a history book, you're getting someone to play a game, which they want to do. So one of the benefits of social impact games is they're participatory, that people are actively playing games. If I ask you to read a book, it's more passive. If you're watching TV, it's passive. So a documentary, for example, would be a passive skill. Whereas if I'm asking you to play a game, for example, this amazing game by 11-Bit Studios, This War of Mine, you would have that walking in the footsteps of the people that created the game, that understanding of the environment that's been created there, and have the real decision. So you have the role play. You also have the challenges and the rewards that are based around in that particular setting of the game. One of the reasons why we can use games is that it's fun to fail. It's not real life. You can try, you can fail, you can learn. And through that failure, we often discover workarounds or shortcuts, or have some of our funniest moments within games. A lot of games are social, whether that means we're playing them in multiplayer game mode, or whether we're streaming on Twitch, or whether, as back in my day, we have someone looking over your shoulder telling you to go left instead of right. So there's that social aspect. They're engaging, they bring you into that state of flow where you become immersed in the game and you almost believe that you're actually in that world. You're walking in the shoes of the avatar or interacting with the NPCs. It's this engagement that really makes a huge difference. It's games as a service. So yes, this War of Mine, as I'm using this as an example, was, I don't know if fun is the right word to use. It's an engaging game. It's a challenging game. It's a beautiful game, but it also serves as a way of understanding not shooting and fighting, but what it's like for people within a war. It gives you that crossover experience. And this is the real world crossover that we can get with games. Another aspect is that there's complex skill learning. There's things that you'll learn to do in a game that perhaps you wouldn't be able to do in real life, whether that's, I don't know, building a crossbow and shooting a deer, or whether it's a real-time strategy game where you're trying to balance the cost of doing good versus the cost of not doing good. These are sort of complex skills and things that we can learn that can actually impact our real lives. Motivation, you want to win. Everyone wants to win. You don't play a game with the idea that I'm happy to lose. You want to be able to win, to improve. But most importantly, and this is one of the main reasons why social impact games are so successful, they help to increase empathy. And as I said before, they do this by allowing you to walk in someone else's shoes, allowing you to understand a little bit, only a little bit of what it's like for that person. And this goes for all of the kind of games that I'm going to talk about. So whether it's Roller Coaster Tycoon, you have that empathy of you want to build the biggest, scariest ride, but you don't want to scare all the children. If it's something like this War of Mine, empathy plays a huge role in this game. And in fact, a lot of the mechanics in the game are based around empathy and the difficult choices that someone has to make. So we're looking at, one second, applied games. So applied games are educational and they're entertaining. Often sometimes they're called serious games. Personally, I'm not a huge fan of serious games because they're still fun, or at least they still should be fun. There's a balance between formal and informal learning. It's not like opening a history book. You can play Assassin's Creed and learn a little bit about history and maybe spark an excitement to go off when you finish playing and learn more about the culture or the history that you're playing in. And there's an inclusion of both individual and social learning environments, whether it's interacting in a multiplayer game situation or completing a quest with NPCs, or whether it's a solo quest or a solo challenge that you're completing. There's this inclusion of both of those elements that can really help. So generally you've got learning, games, and simulation, and then training exercises is the crossover between learning and simulation. Edutainment applications is the crossover between learning and games, simulation and games simulation. But right in this core middle here, this is where we get serious gaming or applied games. And this is the sweet spot. So there are games, so I'm based in Scotland, as you could possibly tell from the accent. For example, in primary school, we have something called First in Maths, which is essentially maths problems, but with a leadership board and badges that the kids can collect. Kids will absolutely choose to play that within the classroom. They will not go home and play that because it's not necessarily fun. It's just more fun than a textbook. So this is what happens when it goes wrong. It's chocolate covered broccoli, which is a very famous phrase. And for the life of me, I can't remember who said it. And it's a friend of mine, and I'm so sorry. But you can put chocolate on broccoli and a kid might eat it. The problem is it's still broccoli and it still tastes like broccoli. So if you give the choice between chocolate covered broccoli and ordinary broccoli, they might choose the chocolate one, lick the chocolate off and throw it in the bin, but they're not going to go home and ask mom to make this for them. And so this is when it does go wrong, when the education factor is put too high and the entertainment value, the gamification or the game value is too low. So when they're not created in sync with each other. So in order to sort of ameliorate this kind of situation, you need to consult your target audience. So if you're making a game, an app, a digital solution for a group, then they are absolutely the best source of information for what they actually need. Never ever assume you know what people need without asking them. Don't make a game for blind people thinking you understand the troubles and the situation and what would be most beneficial for them without having any blind people involved in the design process or within the research for the game. So you have to research your demographics. And it's not okay to say, oh, this game's never been made before. There's nothing out there like that, or this game is for everyone. All games can absolutely be played by everyone, but you still need to target an audience and have that one audience in mind, particularly with a social impact game, with language, with cultural heritage in particular. You need to have these people involved within your game creation process, whether that's bringing someone on like Kate, like myself, as a cultural sensitivity expert or cultural advisor, or having the best option, in my opinion, is having people from that community involved from the very beginning in that design process. So again, consult your target audience. The audience is all about your audience. So there's a phrase that was told to me by the elder Morris Switzer, who is a good friend. He's from the Mississaugas of Alderville First Nation in Canada. And this phrase really struck me and really has become almost a mantra now. Nothing about us without us. That means if I take my own culture as a Scot, don't make a game and have even just one Scottish character within that game without any Scottish people involved at all in the design process. As a Scot, we're not particularly well represented in games at present. We're generally the lazy trope of the drunken, fighting, unintelligible character. Not all of these things are true. And so having that cultural representation within a game is really, really important. And in fact, the power of positive representation within a game is huge. I was once running a stream, and during a game, my streamer just broke down into tears, proper big sobs of happy tears. And we asked, what's going on? Why are you crying? And they had never seen themselves, their body type, their sexuality, their neurodivergency. They'd never seen themselves positively represented within a game. And it hit them like a punch to the heart. And they cried for about 20 minutes. And to be honest, most of the audience were sharing in that empathy, sharing in those tears, because that's how powerful positive representation within games can be. So you can imagine the opposite of that if you get it wrong. Just recently, and I'm going to talk about films, I just watched the latest Transformers movie, which I loved. I absolutely loved the movie, apart from the one Scottish character who was voiced by someone who wasn't Scottish. The accent was really upsetting and grating. And that almost ruined, the movie was fantastic, almost ruined that experience for me. So this is the power that we have, but it's also kind of our responsibility. There's also the feeling of white knight syndrome. I'm going to ride into your country and I'm going to tell you, this is the game or the solution that you need, and I'm going to do this for you. No, that should never be it. It should be, here's an idea. What do you think? Can we make this together? Can we represent your culture with your own representation, with your own sovereignty, with your own authentic voices within it? So don't just assume you know what your audience wants or how they need to solve a problem. You have to ask. Have the input and inclusion of your target audience in every step of the design and development of your game or project. This is something I feel really strongly about. And a lot of times people say, I was too afraid to ask. I was too worried if I asked a question, it might be taken as rude or impolite or naive or stupid. Often, if you ask a question with an open heart, then people aren't going to be upset. It's a way of learning and of sharing cultures. In the same vein, Google Translate is no substitute for actually talking to someone from that culture and getting them to help you with translation. Google Translate's made many mistakes. AI isn't going to take our jobs just yet because of this and many other reasons. So when you're doing this kind of creation, you need to ask yourself, if this game was aimed at my culture, my disability, my background, how would I feel if I wasn't included in this? If no one from my culture, no one from my background, my disability area, my neurodivergency group, my sexuality, if no one was involved in this, how would I feel about it? Would it be an authentic representation? Would I feel included, excluded, offended, happy? So these are the kind of questions we need to ask based on this sort of aspect. So this is where we come to something called co-design. And co-design, so the reasons for doing co-design invites end users to participate in the design process with their ideas and expertise. Often we have very cultural centric ideologies, ways that we go about things that are the norm for our community, our culture. Other cultures might think differently. What we see as a really innovative game mechanic might not work for their culture. They may have another way of viewing something, which would be innovative, fresh, new, authentic, and sovereign. So this is one of the main reasons. Again, ultimately, you get better ideas in the design process because you have more perspectives looking at the problem. The more perspectives, the bigger the range of solutions. Better knowledge of the target user's needs. Now, this one's kind of obvious. If you have the target users within your community, within the design process, they're going to know what they need more than you do without consulting them. And obviously, it's a better fit to the target user's needs of the end result, so that ultimately, whether it's a game that is just to share an important part of their culture or just to share an aspect of their culture or a part of their language, it's going to be more useful and more beneficial and more respectful as well. You get greater user satisfaction and loyalty If people know that you're going the extra mile, and it's not actually a mile, it's probably just 1 or 2 steps, the loyalty and the satisfaction that comes from that is much, much increased. And reduce time and cost of development, because you're not going at the end of the process and asking someone to tick box and check whether this is culturally acceptable or not. Because at the end of the design process, when you're in beta and someone's saying, actually, this element is culturally disrespectful, or this language that you translated to is incorrect, you've got to go all the way back, particularly if the language is embedded in the code. It's a much, much bigger job. Whereas if you're doing it at the same time, it can actually help to save that time and money. So intercultural competence. So when we talk about culture in terms of gaming, there are 2 aspects that need to be given focus. First off, the culture of gameplay. People around the world play games in completely different styles, whether that be more console, more PC, more mobile focused. The amount of time they spend on games, their reason for playing, the way that games are played in America versus the way that games are played in China are completely different. China tends to be more mobile, less console, whereas the States and areas like that tend to have more console usage. There's a lot more killing time playing games in China than actually sitting down and going into full-time gaming in the US. So you need to know the culture of the gameplay, but also the culture of the players. How do your players play their games? What about the way that they play is reflected in the style of games that they play? Does someone in China, for example, want to play a heavily Chinese influenced game, or do they want a more touristic experience where they want to play, again, Assassin's Creed in the Middle East? So understanding the culture of your players, and this is again about understanding your demographic, and both have a really heavy influence on the game design ultimately. So games should not only reflect the values of the people who create them, but also reinforce or challenge the values of the people who play them in a positive way, and act as a way of sharing cultures. And I'm using these words again, authentically and sovereignly. So we can almost look at some games as cultural artifacts. So games as cultural artifacts that reflect the value of the people who created them, meaning that if I'm making a game about a certain culture, or I'm dealing with a certain issue, for example, this war of mine, these are the values of the people that created them. These are the beliefs, the understandings of the people that created the games. They also reinforce or challenge the values of the people who play them. And again, this war of mine is an excellent example, because you can say, in this situation, I would do X, Y, and Z. But in the game, when you're put in that situation, you may actually find that you react in a different way. So dynamic interplay between designers and players is an important part of what makes games so appealing as a means to address the social issues, such as environmental sustainability, civic engagement, equity, and public health. And there's many games that have been created around these sort of themes. So, for example, Papers, Please. There's a lot of games that challenge very difficult topics, but make them engaging and accessible through being games. Gameplay, in other words, is an experience that can force us to reconsider our relationship with the world, our understanding of certain issues, but also a greater understanding of ourselves. Because maybe, as I said, we react to certain situations in different ways than we would normally expect us to react. So what is the impact of these games for cultural and language? So collaboration. You can play with people across the world. You're designing with people across the world. It's this collaborative experience where no one is better than anyone else. You're creating something together. Preservation of language and cultural stories. Now, for me, and obviously with my research, this one is very, very important to me. So if I, again, look back to my own culture, Scots Gaelic, in a survey done by University of Highlands and Islands, in about 7 years, if we don't do a lot more to protect Scots Gaelic, it will be gone. And for me, that's extremely sad because this is part of my heritage, my culture. A lot of these stories and things from heritage and culture are purely oral. So, for example, something like grandmother's soup recipe. It's the recipe you have every Sunday. You love the soup, but it's never been written down. When that knowledge holder passes, that little bit of history, culture, heritage, a little bit of yourself can also disappear. But if it can be included in a gamified way into a game or become an aspect of a game, then it's preserved for eternity. And so it's this preservation of language, cultural stories, cultural traditions as well. Games are very, very good for this kind of thing. Obviously, connection during difficult times, and we've been through lockdown. Our friends are going through difficult situations all around the world, but also when we think about mental health, some people still feel isolation. Some people don't feel that they want to engage with the world after such a long period of being isolated. And so connection during these difficult times can come through either streaming on Twitch and the community that you build up there, or multiplayer games. And I honestly believe that online gaming and Twitch saved a lot of lives during lockdown. For a lot of teenagers, it was the only way to communicate with their friends in a playful and fun way that took their minds off COVID. I know for my own son, it became a change from let's go in and let's attack this village and let's do this to well, let's attack this village, but how are you? And how are you coping? And how are things going? And it became this way that people could interact in a safe environment and have that level of connection. So this is something very important that gaming can give us. Obviously, skill learning. You can learn a lot of skills in games, and not just how to string a bow and kill a deer, but problem solving, hand-eye coordination, logical thinking. There's so many different skills that we can learn through gaming. We can learn guitar through gaming. Many, many other things as well. And again, we get a creation of a model for further language and cultural games practice. If we've done it once and we've got positive feedback from doing it well once, and then it becomes a model that we can use going forwards when we are creating more games. So these are some games, I'm coming to the end now, that have utilized either language or cultural heritage or both for a way that is engaging, fun, and actually really beneficial for society if in certain fields of society. So for example, learn Japanese to survive. This is a game, it's in 3 parts because you have 3 different aspects of Japanese characters, and you play learning the characters, getting the right character. Because a lot of people have learned kanji, hanji, and I can't remember the other one through playing this game. And it's a really fun way. It's a lot more fun than opening a Japanese textbook and trying to memorize every character, because you're engaged, you're in that motion, you're in that state of flow where you're actually learning without really realizing that you're learning. So it's almost learning by proxy, which I kind of enjoy. Civilization. Well, not only do you learn and have to put into play a lot of tactics, there's also historical elements that you can learn through Civilization. There's many, many different versions now, but all of them have this kind of historical aspect where you make the same mistake that the Roman Empire made, or will you go a different route? How is your logic? How is your tactics? How is your negotiation skills? So these are all specific skills that people can learn from Civilization. And often people will go from the game, Google online, and immediately start trying to fact check or finding out more about how it was actually done to compare how they played compared to how it went down in history. Minecraft. Minecraft is now used by many, many schools. And unlike First in Maths, kids will go home and play this game. It can be used for architecture, it can be used for maths, it can be used for language. I know someone who uses it within their language classroom, giving instructions to build certain structures in the target language. And some of the things that the pupils create are actually mildly amusing, but it's a really good way to put language into practice. and to put it into real-time practice as opposed to just rote repeating sentences. You're actually then engaging in conversations within that language. Nintendo Labo, fantastic. Just by using cardboard that you pay for, there's so many different science kind of based skills that you can learn with the different elements of Nintendo Labo. Here you've got a keyboard that someone created. There's so many other different areas, and this was a huge innovation. As I mentioned before, Roller Coaster Tycoon. Yes, you get to build roller coasters, but ultimately you are also learning about accounting, how to balance books, how to meet customer satisfaction, how to make people happy, how to weigh up the pros and cons of certain choices, certain decisions. So there's a lot of real life skills come from Roller Coaster Tycoon. And then finally, Never Alone. This game was made mostly with the community that the game is focused on. And it teaches about the cultural knowledge of that community, of their history, of their stories, in a really beautiful and engaging way that is extremely touching. But because the community was predominantly the creators and also involved in the design process, it is authentic, it is sovereign, and it is absolutely honest about the history, the culture. But more beautifully than that, it shared it with a wider audience. So it shouldn't just be, I'm making this game about my culture and this is just for my people. It's, I'm making this game about my culture. There's people from my culture involved in it, and we want to share it. We want to share what makes us, what the special moments are in our lives. So I have one reference there, Beyond Video Games for Social Change, and that's the end of my talk. Thank you very much. I think there might be questions or maybe no.
Thank you, Charlie.
No problem.
Thank you for your amazing and very impactful talk. Thank you for talking about this. I think we did have a question, at least one. Let me just find it. Yeah, okay, there is a question from Rose. How big should be the sample of target audience in order to be able to make conclusions? How to define how many people to talk to?
Wow, that's a question. It's kind of the answer is how long is a piece of string? The more, the better, to be honest. Or you go to someone who is an expert in that field. So for example, a historian or a researcher within that field. Depending on your audience, if I was making a game about school children in South Africa, I would want to go to school children in South Africa. So obviously the sample size would be much bigger, but I'd also want to talk to the teachers and talk to the parents. If I'm making a historical game, for example, a game set on Malta with all of the turbulent history that Malta has had, I would probably want to be speaking to historians, anthropologists. So it depends on what your game is and the level of authenticity. Are you wanting something that's inspired by, or are you wanting to replicate? And if it's replicate, I would say experts are always the best people to go to. But definitely, the more people from the community you can get to play the game, to even just look at slides, look at a deck for the game, this is a really good way to get feedback. And also create a sense of ownership within that community, because that's what it's about. It's not me making money off your community. It's me making something that hopefully you can be involved in the design process and we can share that.
Thank you for this. Thank you for your comprehensive answer.
No problem.
Okay, yeah, it seems like we don't have any more questions. So Rose finally gets her merge. Yay, congratulations.
Congratulations.
Thank you, Charlie, for joining us today. We hope to see you at our next events.
Absolutely.
And I wish you to have a good rest of your evening.
Thank you. Slava Ukraini, Hiriam Slava.
Oh, thank you. Hiriam Slava.
Thanks for having me.
Thank you. Bye.
Bye.
And we're moving to our next speaker, the legendary David Muley. David has over 40 years of experience as a game producer, and during these years, he has been working on such games as Disney's DuckTales, I Have No Mouse and I Must Scream, Heroes of Might and Magic 3, and Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. He currently teaches game design at Art Center College of Design and Otis College of Art and Design. And his talk will be especially useful to those of you who will participate in our upcoming Global Games Pitch, because the talk is called The Body and Soul of a Game Pitch Deck. Hi, David, how are you?
I'm doing great, Elena. Thank you for that wonderful introduction.
Yay, thank you. Thank you for joining us.
Oh, my pleasure. Well, I prepared a presentation for this occasion, so let me share it now and bring it up to full screen.
Oh, wow, that's a beautiful presentation.
Well, I modeled the colors after your promotions for this wonderful event. Okay. GDBAY 5-year anniversary event. So congratulations on 5 years.
Thank you so much.
And
yeah.
Yes, I thought it would be appropriate to talk about making up a game pitch deck, as you said. You already gave me a wonderful introduction. So yeah, I've been in the game industry for over 40 years. And actually, I have one game you didn't mention. Probably my most well-known games are Prisoner 2 that I made in 1982. DuckTales when I was at Disney. I worked with Harlan Ellison on I Have No Mouth and I Must Scream, which is still available on, I forgot the publisher is still available from, but you can still purchase it. Heroes of Might and Magic 3, of course, and Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines. But what I'm going to do, I'm going to take you back in time, back to my, I currently teach at Art Center College of Design and Otis College of Art and Design, as well as doing some consulting on the side. I still have my hand in game development and game design. So actually, I want to take you back to the days when I worked at the Walt Disney Company. And I was Walt Disney Company's very first game producer. They hired a couple people after me, and we produced some of the very first games that had the Disney Company label on them: DuckTales and Who Framed Roger Rabbit, Dick Tracy, and a number of other games. And we were very successful right from the get-go. In fact, we were so successful that our small little subdivision of Disney got a lot of attention, and pretty soon a lot of managers started coming in to get involved. And I found that whenever I wanted to pitch a new idea, that I had to get a whole room full of managers to approve it. And one day, I really was excited about the idea of doing a game based upon Walt Disney's concept for an experimental prototype community of tomorrow. So I explained how I wanted to create a game that would be based on the idea that players would be in control of a city, and they would research various technologies to try to maximize the citizens' education and productivity and happiness and certain other factors. And really the goal was to create the perfect society. And the managers that listened to me say that said, who on earth would want to play a game like that? And so they rejected the concept right then and there. Of course, a year later, Sid Meier comes up with Civilization, which is essentially all about researching new technologies to try to create the perfect society. So that was frustrating that I had both Sid and I had kind of similar ideas. His was much more elaborate, I have to admit, that mine would have been. But he went on to create a fantastic series, I think the best game series of all time, whereas my idea got rejected. So I tried again, the different concept. I wanted to make an educational product based upon It's a Small World, where children would go on a virtual journey through a number of different cultures around the world, and that they would learn different things about the different cultures. And to try to convince them to accept the idea, my assistant got hold of some costumes and a doll from the attraction, And so we use that to make our pitch a little bit more exciting. And so managers they listened to our idea, and then they immediately rejected it. They said they're too worried about cultural, that we would simplify the cultures of each country, and therefore it wouldn't have much educational value. So I tried a number of different concepts, and for 6 months, I pitched new concepts. I couldn't get any approved. And so I decided to leave Disney because there was nothing for me to work on. I couldn't get any idea approved. And what I eventually realized, I went on to work in many other companies where I had to do a lot of pitch decks. What I realized was that no matter how good I thought my idea was, that I needed to learn how to pitch it better. And so over the years, working in a number of different companies, I've learned how to make pitch decks and how to properly present ideas. And so I learned that actually presenting ideas is much more than just having an idea for a game that you're excited about. You really have to make a persuasive argument to your listeners about why they should greenlight your idea. And so I've done a number of times over the years, and now I teach students how to create pitch decks and how to present them. And I'm going to share with you some of what I teach nowadays. And I divided it up into a pitch into the body and the soul. And what the body is the actual information that you're presenting about your game and how it's organized in a pitch deck. So you should always start off with some colorful key art describing your idea. What I used for my example was based upon a game that I actually made for Disney 20 years after I left them. When I was working for a third-party developer. We made a game called Pyramid of Puzzles based upon what was then a very popular Disney's kid TV series, Pair of Kings. So we created a proposal for them for doing a puzzle game based upon that television property. So always with a pitch deck, you should obviously have your title of the game that you're making, some key art to get people excited about the game, and then information about who's presenting it, what company you're with, and maybe even when you're presenting the idea. Next it's important to give an overview of the game. Too often people get deep into the details when really most people who are listening to game pitch, they really want to find out real quickly what the basic idea of the game is. And so what I boiled down into the essential elements of a game idea is what genre it is. And in this case, it was a Sokoban style puzzle game. That alone tells you a lot about what the game is like. It tells you, just saying what genre it is, it already conveys what the balance is between action and strategy, as well as between exploration and competition among the players. It also already conveys, just from the genre, what the basic actions of the game are. So just stating the genre conveys a lot. What theme it is, where the setting in which the game takes place. In this case, it was a jungle pyramid. Play value. Play value means what makes the game fun, because lots of different games provide different types of fun, and different types of fun may appeal to different types of player. In this case, our play value was that the game would be fast-paced, it would be challenging, it would also be funny, like the television show is. Competition, in this case, it was a Cube Droid Saves the Galaxy, a similar type of game that we were comparing ourselves to. And lots of times, if you describe a competitive game that the audience is familiar with, that also will tell them a lot about where your game is in just a few words. But you also have to distinguish yourself from that game, and I like to call our distinctiveness a hook. So what's the hook? What's different from the rest of the competition that will really excite people? In our case, it was rubber banded dual avatars, traps, and pursuing enemies. and then the game engine that we were developing the game on. So really, in many cases, depending upon who you're talking to, that may be enough of an explanation for your game. Like, for example, if you're trying to present to a potential angel investor who may not know much about games, that may be enough of an explanation of what the game is before you get into details of how you're going to develop it. Going with a more sophisticated publisher who knows a lot about games, you may have to explain more. And certainly what you have to explain is what your target audience is, who would be interested in this particular type of game. And your target audience may be based upon the genre of game it is, or maybe based upon what intellectual property it's associated with, or the story. If it's not based upon a licensed intellectual property, what the original story was. You should also provide some demographics about that target audience in terms of what games they like to play, how often do they play games, how much do they typically spend, so you get a sense of how large that target audience is, which will tell you the number of potential buyers for your game. Again, with a more knowledgeable audience or potential customer that you're pitching to, you may want to go a little bit deeper into the gameplay. What I have for the next few screens is probably what I would tell a publisher, what the basic goal of the game is, what the core mechanic behind the game is, in which case ours was pushing movable box, the different challenges that are in the game, since explained earlier that that's one of the key distinctive hooks about the game was it was more than just a typical succubon style puzzle game, that we'd actually have traps and enemies with it. So describe what those traps and enemies are, as well as and if your game mechanics is at all unusual, you might have a wireframe or picture, or maybe even an animatic describing what the basic core mechanic of the game is. What resources you have that you're acquiring in the game, such as power-ups, a time limit, score, that all is all based upon what the goals of the game are, and what makes the game challenging to complete. And that we also divided up our game into a number of different levels, with each level increasing in difficulty. And then how you end the game, either by losing a life, where you restart a level, or winning the game by exiting the last level. And then the user interface. And here we did an actual mock-up of the game before we started actual work on it, what the control scheme of it was, and then describing how all the menu structures were, how all the different menus were controlled by mouse. So it was a mouse and keyboard type of control system within our game. And really, you don't need to describe usually more than that. If you start describing more details about the basic gameplay than that, unless it's something really distinctive or really unusual, you may wind up starting to lose your audience. They want to get the basic idea as quick as possible, because there are other things to talk about besides the gameplay. A lot of games are built around story, and with many types of audiences that you're making your pitch to. It may be simple enough just to give the basic premise of the game. Where is the game set? What is the goal related to that setting? But we were, since this was a pitch for Disney, we know that Disney was a little bit more story-based than a lot of other companies are. So we did a basic outline of what the narrative is. So protagonist, Boomer is heir to the throne and in love with Princess Michaela. Antagonist, Lanny is Boomer's evil cousin and second in line to the throne. Backstory, on the tropical island, Kingdom of Fredonia, Lanny is always plotting ways to replace Boomer as heir to the throne. The complication of the story, Lanny, which really sets the game off, and gives the player reason for playing the game. Lanny kidnaps Michaela and hides her in the deadly pyramid of puzzles, and then the resolution comes when Boomer rescues Michaela and once again defeats Lanny's schemes. That's really all the story you usually need to give to even a publisher that's very interested in the story. They want to find out more details later, they can ask you, but you don't want to overwhelm them with story details. As great as your story might be, as much as you may love the story, you don't want to get in danger of giving so much details that the audience becomes confused during your presentation. So you just want to give basic highlights of your story if you're going to even give any details about the story at all. Almost any audience member, whether investor through publisher, is going to want to know who the team is and what their experience is. So describe all the key members of your team. In this game, we were a very small team. We had a small team members. Here I just made up backgrounds and names for my students to show them as an example. Describe what each of the key team members are, what they're actually going to be doing on the project, and what is their background. That's related to what they're going to be doing. The whole point is to give your audience confidence that this is the right team to pull off the project. Then a development roadmap. How long is it going to take to actually develop the game? And then what's going to actually happen each stage of production, all the way up from where you're starting from, based upon from today, maybe even explaining what you've already accomplished, and then all the basic steps that you're going to need to accomplish in order to have a successful launch of the game. And how long each of those is going to take. Very important is an analysis of the project's strengths, weaknesses, opportunities, and threats. It is very not to just present a rosy picture, how this is going to be the greatest game ever, and that you're going to 100% be able to accomplish it, and it's going to be a smash success. You have to show that you're realistic in analyzing the situation. So you have to talk about your weaknesses as well as your strengths. The strengths are and weaknesses are related to things that are internal. The strengths and weaknesses of your team, of your company, of your intellectual property. For example, a strength might be the team has a lot of experience creating successful puzzle games, whereas a weakness might be enemies will require a lot of animations. So that implies that maybe that there's maybe more artwork than you currently have resources to handle. Opportunities and threats are the things related to outside circumstances, things that are beyond your company and your team. So this is a licensed property. It presents an opportunity by the fact that Pair of Kings, at the time we presented this, was the #1 rated television program for preteens. So that, and as well as Softbound games were really hot at the time. So both of those presents opportunities for success. A threat might be a competitor coming up. Nickelodeon is releasing a SpongeBob SquarePants Suck-a-Bun game 3 months from now. So that's a potential threat to your customer database. So you want to show that you've done a thoughtful analysis of all the things that may go right, all the things that may go wrong. Later on, though, you're going to have to be able to discuss what your plans are for avoiding or mitigating your weaknesses or the threats to your project. But you really have to be realistic and really show that you've given some thought to them. Competitive analysis, that's where you look at competitive types of games, and you might compare whether they have the same hooks that you plan to have, and then what distinctive features they have on their own. Maybe also include information about how well they've sold, or if they have a target user that may be different from your own. basically some key points about each of your competitors that show similarities and differences between you and the product that you're pitching. Monetization strategy. This may apply if you're pitching to an investor, in which you're expecting the investor to fund your own marketing. It will not apply if you're bringing your game to a publisher who will handle your marketing. So again, remember you have to modify your pitch deck based upon who you're presenting the game to and what you want from them. So if you're presenting to someone who you want money from so you can do your own marketing, then you have to talk about your monetization strategy, such as what is your business model for this particular game? How do you plan to earn money from it? If it's free to play, do you expect to have some micro purchasing opportunities within your game? Is it subscription based? Is it a one-time purchase? Is it part of a bundle maybe? Distribution platform. How will this game be getting into the hands of your potential customers? Is this a game you're going to be selling through a retail store? Are you selling it through Steam? Are you selling it through some other distributor? And then marketing cooperation. Is there any opportunity which you can work with somebody else on marketing opportunities? So for this particular example I put together, this was actually a free-to-play game meant to advertise the show. But for my students, I presented it. What if this was a game in which it was being sold for money? Could you co-promote the game with the production company that actually made the television show for Disney? So are there opportunities out there to help with your with marketing the game? And then what are the actual details of your marketing and promotion? Overall, what is your where can you go and market it to? What sort of promotional materials might you supply with your game, such as promo, player demos, trailers, posters, social media content? And then are there any special events or activities where you can go and promote your game, such as game conferences, trade shows, or other special events, maybe special marketing events that you can put together to promote your game? Financial projections. Again, if this is a game intended to earn money, what are your projections for how much money you actually intend to earn on your game? So here you want to put in your key metrics, whatever those metrics are that are most relevant for your own particular game. Here I put down downloads, daily purchases, average number of players, and what is the gross revenue that you might be able to earn. But for different games, you might have different key performance indicators that lead into the amount of revenue you expect to earn for your game. Also helpful to include a chart for how much money you're going to earn over certain time intervals throughout the length that your game is available, as well as additional information out there, such as churn rate. If you expect to be losing customers after initial launch, how quickly do you expect to lose them, and how do you use that information to derive your ultimate revenues throughout the lifetime of the project? Funding requested. Very important. That's really the real money question. What is it you want? So, for example, let's say you're looking for the investment of $120,000 in order to complete this game. How are you actually going to spend it? How is that money going to be broken up? If here I have it broken up into development, marketing, and overhead. And then over time, as you receive the money, how are you going to expend it over time? Because that may affect when you're going to actually receive the investment, if the investment is approved. Very few investors are going to give you your entire development money upfront, so they might want look at when your expenses are actually going to come through in order to work out with you a payment plan for giving you an investment, so that they're not taking up all the risk up front in case something happens along the way that may cause interruptions in development. But also explain that when you do get the funding, explain how that money is going to be used to help you achieve your target goals for the project. So it can't be just money for money's sake. It's got to be money. You have to explain the exact purpose of that money. And then finally end with thanking your audience and maybe provide some contact information so that they can get in touch with you afterwards. Now, often a PowerPoint is not enough, especially if you have a project that you're pitching to a potential publisher. Often, if you're very early in your game and you want money to complete the game, in addition to your pitch, you may have to provide a complete game design document, a complete art Bible of sample artwork for your game, and maybe even a 15-minute vertical slice demo of your actual gameplay. It is very tough to get funding from publishers without you having put in some skin yourself, put in some of your own money, your own time and effort to getting your concept into a point where it's demonstratable. The pitch is useful for conveying the idea and conveying your plans, but additional work on your part may be needed to demonstrate that you have the skills and you have the vision and you have the motivation, energy, and productivity to actually get some work done. You may have to go and in addition to your pitch, show that you've done a lot of the work so that you eliminate any doubt that a potential publisher may have in wanting to invest in your game. All right, so that's the body of a pitch. All the things that you need to present, the information and kind of the format of the information so that the person you're pitching to easily understands what it is that you want to achieve and what is it you want from them and what is it you hope to do with what you hope to receive from them. But that's not enough. Information is not enough to have a successful pitch. You also have to present it well, and that's what I call the soul of it. It's how you actually deliver your presentation. So in explaining the soul, I'm actually going to rely on information provided by the game designer Jesse Schell in his book, The Art of Game Design, A Book of Lenses. He presented a great bullet point list of how you should present a pitch, and I can't improve upon it, so I'm going to present to you what he recommends. And the first thing of all is be organized in your presentation. Gather together all the information you want to present and figure out the order in which you're going to present it and what information you're going to present together. So gather all your key metrics. Put together your timeline. Figure out who your competition is. Gather all that information together and put it forward in a logical way. You don't necessarily have to do it in the order that I talked about here. It may be for particular audiences. You may want to present things in a different order based upon who that audience is and what they're most interested in. You want to grab their attention right away. So try not to leave any lingering questions they might have till the end. Try to answer their most important questions early on so they're not wondering about the thing they really want to find out while you're explaining something else. So be organized in your presentation. Know all the details behind it. Even though I said your presentation should just hit the high points so that it doesn't convey so much information that's confusing, you still have to know all the details so you can answer any follow-up questions they have after your presentation. Because if you can't answer some key questions they have, it may convey that you don't know what you're doing and you may not be the right people to implement the idea that you are presenting. Always assume your listener's point of view. That means that think about who your listener is and what it is they're interested in. What questions do they want answered? What do you think that they want the most detail on? And that's how you have to build your pitch. You want to entice them. So you want to get them excited. You need to tell them the things that they are most excited about. So design your pitch around all these things, around all the information you have, and around presenting that information in a way that's going to appeal to their point of view. Rehearse your pitch ahead of time. Don't wing it. Go and actually stand up in a room with your PowerPoint and any other participants that you have in your PowerPoint, and practice, especially practice with an audience. Maybe have other members of your team sit and ask key questions after you give your pitch. If you are going to be pitching with members of your team, where other members of your team are actually standing in front of your audience, figure out what the people who aren't speaking are going to do. Make sure that they're not fidgeting, that they don't look bored, that they don't look uncomfortable, because that can convey things you don't want to convey to your target audience. Figure out, in fact, if they're going to take over some parts of the pitch. If you have a marketing person on your team, they can handle the marketing parts of your pitch. If you have somebody that, if you have an artist who can really explain the artwork and what's cool about your artwork, have that artist take it over. But plan that out ahead of time. Your professionalism and your planning and doing your pitch is going to say something about your audience's expectations for your planning and professionalism for you when you actually do the project. Be confident when you give your pitch. Don't sound like you're not sure about what you're doing. If you're not sure that you can pull it off, because if you're not confident in your own abilities and you don't sound confident in your own abilities, your audience is not going to be confident in you. Also, be passionate about what you're going to do. Sound excited. You should be smiling. You should be a little bit energetic. You should be moving around the room. You should act like this is something that you really love to do and you have total faith in this project and you think it's going to be great. Because if you don't act like you think it's going to be great, your audience is not going to think it's going to be great. On the other hand, show that you're serious about it. I think that one time when I dressed up in a It's a Small World uniform while pitching an It's a Small World project, that might have backfired on me. That might have been so silly that I might not have looked at as serious. As much as you should be passionate and confident about your project, you should show that you're a serious developer, that you know what you're doing. So don't be so confident that it sounds like you're cocky, that that you haven't thought about everything that could go wrong in your project, and certainly don't be so passionate that you come across as being too silly. So it's striking the right balance in your project. And as much faith as you have in your project, as much as it's your baby, that you love it, that you think it's that what you've come up with is perfect, be flexible in any changes or suggestions that your audience might have for your project, because you want them, any investor, whether it's an angel investor who's giving money in the beginning, a publisher that's going to give you money to fund it, they're a part of it. Anyone that you want anything from, that you need from them to complete your project, they are partners in your project. They are part of your team, so they have to have some ownership in it. In fact, you want them to have some ownership in it so that they want the project to succeed. I've worked with not just publishers, but also IP owners. When I worked with Harlan Ellison or H.R. Giger, in developing games based upon their materials. I made sure that I found a way to incorporate some of their ideas. If some of their ideas I thought weren't workable as games, I'd find an alternate approach to incorporate some of their ideas because they want to be listened to. And again, if you can use some ideas from them that doesn't directly interfere with, or is not in opposition to what you think are the key selling points of your game, by all means incorporate their own ideas so they feel part of the team themselves. That will make them much more likely to approve and support your project later on. All right, so we don't always have time to give a full presentation. Sometimes we may come across an opportunity to meet a potential investor or a potential publisher unexpectedly with a chance to explain a game to them. And you may not have full time to do a full presentation. You may have only a few minutes. And that's where an elevator pitch comes into play. So a regular pitch for a game might be anywhere from half an hour to an hour. And that you don't always have that amount of time when you first meet a potential resource that you want to be interested in your game. And certainly if you have a spur of the moment meeting and you haven't properly prepared, you certainly don't want to launch into a long explanation that could potentially bore them. Instead, maybe what you want to give is an elevator pitch. And the term comes from a scenario where, let's say you're attending a trade show, and you're at the trade show hotel, and the elevator door opens, and you walk in, and lo and behold, the head of Nintendo, the CEO of Nintendo, happens to be in that elevator ride, or the CEO of Tencent, or some other person you'd love to be working with, happens to be on that elevator with you, and you have a few minutes opportunity, maybe 30 seconds to 2 minutes, where you have their total attention and you can explain your idea to them in that time. And hopefully by the time the elevator doors open, you get them at least interested enough to to want to arrange to have a meeting later on, or at least exchange business cards. So being able to use that short amount of time effectively takes some skill and planning. It's something you should do ahead of time. And kind of the organization of an elevator pitch is like this, where you describe the title of your game, what genre it is, what setting it takes place in, who the target player is, what some of its core mechanics are, then how do those core mechanics bring about the play value, the fun within the game. Then you compare it against the competition. Unlike the competition for it, your game has these hooks or unique differentiation within it. If you can hit those 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 different points within that elevator ride, that's enough information to potentially get someone interested in it. And the trick is to present it not just as a series of bullet points like you have here, but present it in an entertaining way. And when I've had my students go and create pitches of their own, I'd have them write for a game. I'd have them write a pitch ahead of time. And we actually went, when I was working at the Los Angeles Film School, which was in a 10-story building, we would all go to the 10th floor, get into an elevator, and then I'd have one of the students do their pitch on the ride down to some of the other students. And then once they reach the bottom, then I'd get the other students to go and rate their pitch on a scale of like 1 to 10. And then after everyone was done, I'd give extra credit to whatever student had the highest rating. So it actually have practice doing our elevator pitches. This is one of my favorite pitches. One of my students did to show you how you can convey this information in a short but entertaining way. So his pitch was, somehow it always falls to Mustachio to rally his friends for their many adventures, run and jump through a side-scrolling world made of and inhabited by blocks with mustaches. A world full of action, puzzles, and arbitrary danger that Mustachio and his friends boldly face with his mustachio power to make block duplicates of himself. What cloning and mustaches, you betcha. So in this short little thing, that explanation that could be told in about 20 seconds, we know that the name of the game is Mustachio and his friends. We know that it's a platforming game because it's running and jumping through a side-scrolling world. We know it's the setting and with blocks with mustaches. We know what the entertainment value is: action, puzzles, arbitrary danger, and then we know what the unique differentiation is: the mustache metaphor used throughout the game, and also a cloning mechanic within the game. So we're able to hit all 8 points very quickly, but in a way that tells a story within it. So, in summary, what I say is, make sure when you want to get pitches, it really is all about figuring out who your audience is they're giving it to, what they are interested in, and what you want from them. Then assume their point of view and figure out what you need to explain about your game. Explain the important points about your game that would be enough to convince them, but don't go into too many details, that so many details that you start to lose their interest. You want to be snappy. You want to just really hit those points, show your confidence, show your enthusiasm, show that you've thought about all the angles, but leave some of the details for follow-up questions that if they were at all interested in what you had to say, they will ask you to supply the answer for. So it's all about creating an exciting, well thought out summary of what your game is, what your plans are to develop, and if it's relevant, how you plan to market your game. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you very much for this amazing presentation. I wish every developer who participates in Global Games Pitch could see this presentation before pitching games to publishers and investors. And we will share it on GDBAY.Network, so they will be able to see it. Yeah. Okay. As I suppose, of course, we have a lot of questions for you. So let's start with the first one. It's from Dmitry. First of all, I want to thank you very much for what you're doing. Secondly, it would be an honor to ask you a question. You have made very iconic games for the whole world, but if you had a time machine, what would you change?
Oh my goodness. There's
I
so
know,
many,
right?
there's so many times I've looked back in my career and thought, wish I had done things differently. I wish I had given better pitch for my Epcot game that I gave to Disney. I wish that when I was working on an expansion for Heroes of Might and Magic 3, when we wanted to do the Forge Town, I wish I'd been very careful in what artwork I released to the gave to our marketing team, and we had planned a little bit better about how we were going to announce the Forge Town, because when the way we released it and the artwork we showed, we didn't plan our message very carefully, and fans were very upset with it. Wasn't what their vision was for Heroes of Might and Magic. Heroes of Might and Magic 3 expansion would be. I think they would have eventually loved it if we had presented it properly, but I made the mistake of not presenting it more carefully enough. I wish on Vampire the Masquerade Bloodlines that I had fought harder against the idea of releasing our game on the same day that Half-Life 2 was released. Our marketing department thought it'd be a great idea to release it on the same day as Half-Life 2. I thought it was a big mistake. And as it turned out, it was a big mistake, and that cost us sales for the game. So those are three I thought of initially. I could probably come up with 100 things that I wish I could go back in time and do different.
Yeah, it's always like this, but thank you for sharing at least a few of them with us. Let's see which questions we have. Okay, who was the next one? I have to scroll now. So the next question was from Roman. How to predict game revenue before the launch more accurately when you don't have any live data yet?
You look at similar types of games and try to do some research on how much money they might have made. If you can't figure out how much money they've made, try to figure out what their key metrics are. How many users do they have? Can you actually, is there any way to figure out how many users per month? What were their growth pattern was? Are there any, is there any published information about what their budget was? So again, you can look at what the competition did, and in any ways that you are similar to your competition, you might wind up having similar metrics. If you're different, try to figure out how those differences would affect the metrics in your case. That's really all you have to do. Yeah, or go by your own past experience. If you can't look at your competition, look at the games you made before. A third thing you can do, you can go out and get expert opinions. You may be able to, one nice thing about the game development community is that it's very sharing of information. And a lot of times, as long as you're not direct competitors, you may be able to find a fellow developer who's worked on a similar type of game, and they may be able to share some information with you. Or attend conferences and events like this one to go and find out what other people have to say. Just stay active, stay alert, find out what other people are saying, talk to other people, and you may be able to gather information about similar games that are out there currently or in the past to get some of the metrics that you can't gather for yourself.
Thank you for your answer. So the next question is from Turtle Shell. You mentioned that a deck should have different contents for a publisher versus an angel investor. Should it also be different for a gaming investor versus a general investor?
Yeah, the more the investor knows about games, the more information you're going to need to include about your game. The less they understand about games, what makes games fun or what makes games sellable, just provide an overview. So again, give as much information about the game itself, about your marketing plans, about the target audience, about story. That really depends on who's listening, what they're interested in, and what their expertise is in. So yeah, just think about, for any piece of information you might include, think about, would the person I'm talking to be interested in this particular piece of information?
Thank you. Thanks for your answer. And we have one more question from a friend. In terms of percentage, what is more relevant to you, the body or the soul?
They're both important. If I had to say that of the two, a well put together presentation deck can survive a mediocre presentation, but I don't think a mediocre PowerPoint deck can survive even a great presentation. So of the two, body's more important than soul, but they're both important. It's like saying, all right, It's not like that different. Whoops. No, it's not like that much difference. It's more like that much difference.
Yeah. Thank you for this. Yeah, I think that's all questions. So we had 4 questions. Well, the last one about the what is more important, body or the soul of the pitch deck, how to predict game revenue, the question about the differences between gaming or non-gaming investor, and the first one was about the time machine. So which one did you like the most?
Oh my goodness, they're all great questions. So again, it's like
I know, right?
How much difference? I always like to imagine what happens if I had a time machine. What would I have done differently? Because that gives me good stories to tell people about things I've learned.
Okay, thank you for this. So the first question is from Dmitry. Congratulations, you got some merchandise from us, from our brand new GDBAY.Shop. And by the way, if someone didn't win any merch today, you can always go to the GDBAY.Shop and get some for yourself. So this way you will have a piece of GDBAY always with you. Thank you, David, for joining us today.
Thank you. It was my pleasure. And again, congratulations on GDBAY's 5th anniversary. That's really great.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. It was a really honor for us to host you today as one of our speakers. And I would like to give a big virtual round of applause to all of the speakers who joined us today, who shared their insights and knowledge with our audience. It was really invaluable information. However, if some of you have missed part of the presentations because of the time zones, or maybe you had anything else planned for this day, what can be more important than GDBAY anniversary? Anyway, even if you missed it, we had everything recorded and we will upload it to GDBAY.Network, and you will be able to rewatch these talks even after the event, just as our presentations in the beginning of the event and our big announcements.